It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah. Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hello, everybody, once again. It is a beautiful Frederica Friday. We return to Arc 7, Higurashi. Heed those content warnings at the top, in this part especially. Also, before we begin, I would like to go ahead and go back over something that I posted about my community tab and also in the Discord. You may have noticed it on screen already. The on-screen chat is being phased out of streams from this point on. That space will now be taken up by a little record of donations, memberships, etc. The chat itself is still enabled, obviously. You can still talk in it. I will still address it. Where are the content warnings? They were up at the top of the screen during the wait screen. But yeah, that space will be taken up by those now. The reason for that, Arhabaki Gaming with the $2. Testing, 1, 2, 3, no Umineko spoilers. Thank you. And yes, that is what they will look like up there. The reason for this is for a few reasons, basically. Like, namely, the thing that was the most irritating about the on-screen chat is just when people would get moderated in the chat, like, things would get removed for reasons. It would not get removed on the on-screen chat, so it would just stay up there, which is, like, is one thing when somebody's being, like, kind of annoying, or if there's, like, sort of a spoiler thrown in to the chat or whatever. It's less great when in our previous stream somebody used emojis to get around the filter and drop a slur in the chat, which you would not want on screen in the VOD. Very, very not cool. So, yeah, it is now gonna be like this. But if you are a watcher of the VODs who can't be here live and you would like to see chat reactions to stuff, provided that the VOD doesn't have to be edited for any reason, which they usually don't, you can still check out the live chat replay that YouTube keeps a record of attached to the streams, so you won't have to miss out on all of the chat record. It should still be there for you. Just, sorry that it has to be this way, but, as the viewership of the streams has continued to grow, I figured that was probably going to be something that would happen eventually anyway. Is what it is, but, oh well. Yeah, it's funny that the donations disappear. I wish they didn't, but there is no option, unfortunately, to just, like, keep it on screen, like, at all times. I've looked around forever on that tab to see if I could make it just stay, but apparently not. Yizu, are you planning on playing Silent Hill F? Yeah, absolutely. As soon as it comes out, I am probably immediately going to buy it. But anywho, let's just get right on into it.
Hello. I'm surprised to see you here on a day other than Sunday.
I have something I want to ask Takano. Is she here today?
No. She must be on a date with Risa-san. I wish I had a date too.
Why do you call him Risa? I don't understand.
You should ask him yourself. It was a small mistake I made when we first met. It was funny how he reacted.
I don't get it. That's what nicknames are all about, though.
What did you want to talk to her about? I'll see her at the meeting tonight, so I'll take a message if you want.
Thank you very much, but I'd rather talk to her directly.
I see. Alright. I should get back to work now, then.
Are you not seeing any patients today?
I've been busy with paperwork for the meeting tonight. I've been preparing it for a while, but I didn't have enough time. I'll get in trouble if it's not finished in time.
Aren't you busy coaching the baseball team, too? You have so much energy.
I'm such a busy guy. I've been looking for a cute for a cute maid who would take care of the chores and help me with other work, but I've had no such luck.
He laughed and looked at his watch.
He seemed to be in a hurry. Do you have any idea where Takano is right now?
They're probably going around to different places in the village. I know that they always meet at the shrine. She left not too long ago, so she might still be somewhere near there.
I looked at the clock on the wall. I must have just missed her. This was no time to be chatting with Irie. Thank you very much. I'll try the shrine.
You shouldn't bother those lovers, since they only see each other 4 times a year.
He smiled mischievously and waved his hand in goodbye.
Man, only 4 dates a year. That sucks.
I headed back to the shrine. I was going to park my bike by the stairs that led to the shrine grounds. Satoko and I are the only people who park our bikes there normally, but I saw more than 10 bikes there today. People must be gathering at the convention room. There are more and more meetings when the Watanagashi festival draws closer. Seeing all these bikes reminded me that summer is nearly here. Most of the bikes were old and beat up. However, I saw 2 unfamiliar ones parked there. They were sporty mountain bikes with the same design but different colors. They must belong to Takano and Tomitake. I went up the stairs to look for the 2 of them, but I couldn't find either. Was there any place with a great view for taking pictures? I tried looking in places like that, but I still couldn't find them. So I started looking based on what Takano might be interested in. I could only think of one place. How is it, Jiro-san?
It's a pretty simple lock. All I need's the right tool. I should be able to open it in a minute.
You can do that? You opened the lock to my heart, but that's not the only thing you're good at, huh? I'm going to curse you. The 2 of them jumped in surprise as I suddenly appeared in front of them. Hello, Rika-chan. Wasn't nice of you to scare us like that. It's not nice to try to open the ritual storehouse's lock, either.
She's right, Takano-san. We can't do something like that.
Tomitake conceded right away, but Takano was stubborn. She made up excuses to try to fool me. Based on my previous lives, I knew just how much interest she had in this storehouse. It was actually rather impressive how hard she tried to cover that up. The ritual storehouse is full of the remainder of the dark history of Onigafuji. It contains bloody and vicious tools that Takano is fascinated with. She should have a good idea as to what those things are inside of this storehouse, based on what she's been researching. She was making up some story about cultural treasures and such, but it was obvious that she was just making excuses. Tomitake also seemed impressed, listening to Takano's phony justifications. In the past, I've tried to conceal what was inside of this storehouse from Takano, because I don't want her spreading information about the holy and brutal traditions they used to have in Onigafuji village. It would be a disgrace. As a member of the Furude family, I can't let that happen. Looking at the history of Onigafuji in the way Takano does is a painful thing for Hanyu as well. For Hanyu, the ritual storehouse is a special place. I don't know what's so nice about being surrounded by those scary ritual tools, but she feels cozy when she's surrounded by the smell of old times. This storage is like Hanyu's hideout. When I can't see her, she's usually relaxing in here. I don't want Hanyu's happy place to be turned into the bloody, horrifying den of evil Takano believes it to be. That's why I've been keeping Takano away from the ritual storehouse. Come to think of it, why am I so mean to her? Is it because I hate her? I should stop feeling that way. I have to keep in close contact with Takano and Tomitake. I won't give up just because it didn't work before. I'm going to try one more time. This world is different from the other ones. I might be able to change their fate, which in turn might change my own. Hanyu, I'm thinking about showing the ritual storehouse to Takano. Hello? Hanyu made an irritated face. Takano will lose herself in ecstasy if she sees what's inside of there. She'll run around spreading rumors of the bloody history of Onigafuji. Hanyu wasn't too excited about that prospect. I'm not trying to curry favor with Takano, but I think it might give me a chance to talk to her. Takano holds on to grudges, so if I'm mean to her now, she might not listen to me later. I understand that Hanyu doesn't want her inside of this holy place, but she can't do anything more than be irritated about it. I'm the only one who can make the ultimate decision. Besides, she'll forgive me if I promise to eat something sweet later. Takano, if you'll keep a secret, I'll let you in. Really? Inside the ritual storehouse? You don't mean inside an emergency shelter, right? I mean it. I'll let you into the ritual storehouse. You mean this storehouse? Inside of this building? I'm not trying to trick you or anything. I'll let you inside. Nipa. Nipa. I had never seen such a big smile on her face before. Now this is a miracle. I'm seeing this face for the first time in 100 years. Tomitake must be feeling the same way. His image of Takano was slowly falling apart as we spoke, I'm sure. He's like, oh my god? She's kitten? She's so moe? What?
No, maybe he just found a new side of her to love instead.
I'm surprised that Takano is actually such a funny person. Communication is important. It's sometimes so hard to tell what people are all about.
We remained there and watched Takano spinning in delight for a while.
This is a secret, so no one can see us going inside.
You're right. I'll try and calm her down.
I'll go get the keys now.
By the time I came back with the key, Takano was totally calm again. She was obviously trying to hide how gleeful she was, though. I thought she was a mature lady, but she might still be a kid at heart. I think they called that something like gap mowing! Rika! I didn't remember that she literally said that. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. I picked that term up at some point from Keiichi, but I'm still not sure how it's used.
Well then, Takano and Tomitake, before we go inside, you must promise me something. Otherwise, you can't go in.
Of course. You're willing to break the rules to open the Forbidden Storehouse for us. We'll keep our promises.
Takano-san, you have to take this seriously.
I am taking it seriously.
My image of Takano is falling to pieces right now.
Same here. Her market's crashing all over the world. Rena said it before. It's not a good idea to think about problems all on your own. I always hated the crazy part of Takano, and I didn't want to be close to her. But I never thought that she could act this way. She was acting almost like Rena does in her cute mode. Had I known that she was as funny a person as this, I wouldn't have felt resentment toward her. I realize how important communicating can be.
First of all, you have to promise you won't tell anybody that you went inside the storehouse. Do not tell anyone.
Of course I won't. I promise. Takano put her hands to her chest. She also forced Tomitake to do the same. It was funny to watch Tomitake trying to keep up with Takano too.
Also, you can't damage anything inside the storehouse.
Of course not. Is it okay if I take pictures?
Meep. You can,
but I'll charge 100 yen per picture. What? How much money do you have on you right now, Jiro-san?
If you pay me 10,000 yen, you can take all the photos you want.
That's a good deal. I'll take it. Jiro-san! They paid me the money for real. Hanyu seemed excited, knowing that the money could be used for buying desserts.
LOL. Takano is such a nice person.
You're so greedy. I finally got approval from Oyashiro-sama, the master of the storehouse. We'd have no more problems now. The ritual storehouse is behind the building with the convention room. Sometimes people come out for a cigarette break. I can't let anybody see us entering.
You're good. No one's around.
Tomitake checked out the scene and gave me the signal to go ahead. I nodded at him and unlocked the door. I pushed open the heavy door just far enough for us to sneak inside.
It'll look suspicious if you wait outside like that.
What? I can come inside too?
He seemed surprised that I was asking him to come inside with us. Tomitake, of course, wasn't particularly interested in what was inside the storehouse. I expected his surprised reaction. Jiro-san, Rika-chan is telling you to come inside. Come on now.
Alright.
Tomitake squeezed inside as Takano urged him. I turned the light on and closed the door. Then I put the chain on from the inside. You're locking us in?
Just so that a bad kitty won't sneak inside, you know.
Are you talking about me?
Takano, a cat is supposed to go all meow meow, nipa.
What do you mean?
If you don't act like a cat, I'm not going to let you see what's in here.
I brought cat ears and a collar with the bell for you to... Okay, Rika, what? Maybe settle down a little bit.
If you don't put them on, get on all fours and meow, then I won't open the next door.
The shrine storehouse has 2 doors so that people can't see inside inside when the first door is opened. At the moment, we were inside the entry chamber. The real storehouse is in the room beyond.
What? That's a bad joke, Rika-chan. You wouldn't really...
What the hell? I'll do it if I have to. You're testing me to see how devoted I am to my research, aren't you, Rika-chan? Fine. If that's what you want, then I'll wear cat ears, bloomers, and a tail. And crawl on all fours before an empty milk bowl. Okay. Alright. You know, there are some things that just don't need to be read aloud, and you can read that for yourself. She definitely would have joined our club if she was around our age. I agree. Hey, remember how they said they said shredded stocks fell like snow on Wall Street during the Great Crash? What are you talking about, Rika? Takano's value right now reminds me of that. Bring it on, Rika-chan. Are you sure I only have to wear the ears and the collar?
Takano-san? This door isn't even locked. See? Push it and it opens.
Really? My dear, how shameful of me. Tomitake has no sense of humor. He just turned off a lot of viewers who were looking forward to seeing Takano in the cat outfit. Anyway, he's right. You just have to push it. Nipa! Once we went through the door, we found ourselves inside the storage area. There were no windows in there, so it was completely dark, even during the day. There were several light bulbs hanging from the ceiling, but they were dim and their light only exaggerated the darkness inside. Oyashiro-sama's statue and the altar dominated the center of the room. They were surrounded by tons of ancient torture implements. They were all over the floors, walls, and ceiling. It looked like a torture room rather than just storage for tools intended for one.
This is amazing.
Tomitake was rendered speechless. They were nothing like those fake torture implements that they might have seen in a wax museum or someplace like that. The tools in this room are the genuine articles. I never like to think about it, but I'm sure that some of them really were used. These authentic tools always have a big impact on the people who see them. But Tomitake was the only one who was shocked, since he was the only normal person in the room. Yeah, fair enough. Takano's eyes were sparkling. She was taking pictures while meowing like a cat. This place isn't special to me. Of course, I know I'm supposed to treat it as a holy place, but I'm so used to seeing all these things after coming here countless times since I was little. To me, it's nothing but a storehouse with a lot of old stuff inside. As for Hanyu, she says it's the only place the air from times past lingers in the present day, so she actually finds it comforting. I get in a good mood when I come here, because Hanyu gets in a good mood. This is a relaxing place for her. As I watch Tomitake's reaction, I notice how totally off my values are from normal people's. Takano's reaction seemed more natural to me in a sense. Hanyu seemed to be bothered by Tomitake's reaction too. Maybe it was a bad idea to let him come inside after all. Not like I could kick him out at this point. Hanyu and I sat on a cushion in front of the altar and watched Takano dance with childish glee while Tomitake made touching efforts to keep up.
I wonder why they made so many torture implements. The whole purpose of the torture is to make people confess something, right? Why was it necessary for them to have so many?
Jiro-san, do you know that there are 2 ways to threaten people with torture implements? The first one's to inflict pain on the victim. The other way is to threaten the victim by just showing him the tools. In that sense, having a countless number of them can give tremendous fear to the victim.
I've heard that torture requires skill. I suppose it's hard to really hurt people without killing them.
Tomitake acted like he's having a conversation with Takano, but his voice was obviously unsteady. Some Western torture implements were so vicious that if they really used it on the victim, they would have killed them instantly. To be precise, there are 2 types of torture implements. First, there are simple tools that are simply used to make the victim confess. The other type is for entertaining those who are watching the torture.
I'm frustrated that some people can't tell the difference between those two.
Let me ask you, what were they trying to gain from the victims by using these tools?
Tomitake asked me that. He must have thought that Takano would say something far more scary if he asked her. He's forgetting that I'm just a little innocent girl. I think they were forcing their victims to obey the rules of Onigafuchi Village. That's what I believe. Am I right? Yes, you are. Most of these tools were never built for actual use. They were simply displayed in front of the villagers to intimidate them. That's why there are records saying that when they actually tried to use them, some of them were the wrong size or simply malfunctioned.
So they really did use some of them then? That's not a pleasant story.
Some people were just not obedient, despite the threat of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Hey, Rika-chan, are you sure that these tools were mainly used to intimidate people in the village? I've heard that they were used for cooking and dissecting during the real Watanagashi. Hanyu was making a frustrated face. She didn't want to remember the dark history of Onigafuchi Village. People performed countless torture ceremonies in front of her, claiming that they were doing it in her name, the name of Oyashiro-sama. She asked them not to do that, but no one was able to hear or see her. No comment. Nipa!
She always talks to me about it, too. Long ago, the villagers of Onigafuchi would receive a divine message, go down to the foot of the mountain, kidnap people, and eat them, right? I wonder why they did that. Was it a display of force or something?
I believe it was a type of ceremony to make them all realize they were higher on the food chain. The greatest outspoken reasons Onigafuchi forbade intermingling with outsiders were that the village was a holy land, and they were transcendents, greater beings than humans. Mingling with tainted humans will bring corruption. That's what they were taught. So they probably needed to reaffirm their idea that they were above humans at regular intervals.
In Japan, there was a tradition of displaying severed heads on pikes. While such a warning is inhumane, it's an extremely good deterrent.
The victim was brutally tortured in public, and then they were eaten alive. What would you think if you saw something like that? Anyone would simply think that they wouldn't want to be in the same situation. There's also a history of crucifixion in this country. They hung the victim and stabbed him with spears in front of an audience. You probably know this already, Jiro-san, but people don't really die from being stabbed once or twice. They might have a chance to die if they were stabbed in the stomach or chest, but it's not instant like a guillotine. They bled from their wounds, their guts were pulled out, and they eventually died by drowning in their own blood. In that sense, a guillotine is such a merciful tool. Did you know? The guillotine was invented for the nobility. It was invented because they were able to die instantly, which wasn't the case with shooting or hanging. The nobles got special treatment all the way up to death. There's an old black and white movie that I know of. It's a love story set during the French Revolution, but the final guillotine scene is the best part. The nobles are all lined up and bound in chains, and they get publicly executed on the guillotine one by one. Snap, next, snap, next, snap. Human lives are taken away like they're on a conveyor belt. There's no last words or prayers or anything. Snap, next, snap. It's not even that entertaining because it's over in a flash. No one holds any sentiment for their deaths. The audience enjoys how the nobles' heads are sliced off like vegetables. It's like a show to them. I think it's more respectful to kill someone slowly and brutally. That way people will pay a little bit more attention to them, right? Oyashiro-sama here was the one who made this brutal torture possible. Takano raises her hand to honor the statue of Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama is just an idol created by human beings. That idol was worshipped with fear and made divine. Yes, people laid the bricks of his church with rules and doctrines, strengthening it with the mortar of curses and malediction. As they stacked and stacked those bricks up high, its height reached up to heaven and their god was placed above it all. Gods are born because people desire them. So when people seek to rule others with fear, they become the collection of blood, torture, and pure terror. And here, they call that god Oyashiro-sama. In other words, this proves that the stairs to godhood are built not by gods but by human hands, and show the way for us humans to attain further heights and... Her passionate lecture was interrupted by a loud noise. As I looked back, Hanyu was jumping up and down with her eyes full of tears. Thud, thud, thud. She was stomping the floor as hard as she could, making a loud noise instead of screaming out with her unheard voice. However, it all amounted to the same thing. Hanyu cannot be heard by people. "That's not right! That's not right! I'm not like that!" "Hanyu, I hate seeing people get tortured or killed. I want people to be happy together. Of course, not everything is perfect, but I never asked people to do such horrible things." "Hanyu, you are who you are. Oyashiro-sama has nothing to do with you." "That's not right. That's not right. Oh. I hate Takano. I hate her. She always says horrible things about me. She's a bully." Was it a bad idea for me to bring Takano in here? I knew that Takano would get overstimulated and say something like this. Fortunately, Hanyu's rejection indirectly reached Takano and she stopped lecturing. Somehow, Tomitake had heard the noise that Hanyu made. He pressed his finger in front of his lips and told Takano to be quiet. "What is it?"
Well, I just heard a sound like a child was jumping around. There might be a child somewhere near this building.
"Really?"
Oh, hold on just a second. Sorry, I was just getting a couple notifications on my phone, so I muted it so it wouldn't buzz in the mic.
I didn't hear anything.
I'm sure I heard it. Takano-san, we're in here in secret. I think you should look around without making any noise.
Takano seemed disappointed, but Tomitake was right. She had no choice but to be quiet. "Tomitake, there are no children around this place."
Are you sure? You didn't hear it either? I'm sure I heard a noise.
"I heard it too, but it wasn't coming from outside the building. It was jumping right behind me. I guess you heard it from far away, but it was very loud to me." I was standing in front of the altar, and the statue of Oyashiro-sama was right behind me. Tomitake seemed freaked out after hearing what I just told him. Although he was trying to fake a smile, his face was turning pale. However, Takano didn't seem scared at all. "Takano, you can't say things that would upset Oyashiro-sama in front of him. Oyashiro-sama's very angry now. Can't you hear his voice?" It's fortunate that she can't, to be honest. Even if she heard it, it would be nothing but tears. My job as a shrine maiden to begin with is to tell humans what Oyashiro-sama's feeling. I'm responsible for speaking on Hanyu's behalf. Takano must have realized that I was very serious about what I just said. She apologized to me right away. "I'm sorry. I took it too far. I'm sorry, Oyashiro-sama. You're a god, as long as people worship you. Even though I may not worship you, you are still holy. I'm sorry for disrespecting you. Oyashiro-sama loves sweet food. You'll get cursed unless you offer something sweet through me." Tomitake couldn't help but smile. Takano also smiled. She bowed to me, promising to bring over some cream puffs soon. Takano finally stopped saying bad things about Oyashiro-sama. She also promised to bring me something sweet. Hanyu was still upset, but she was probably satisfied for the moment. But I didn't know what she meant by the 3 fingers she was showing to me. Was she telling me to ask Takano for that too? Being her shrine maiden is not an easy thing. Oyashiro-sama is saying that he wants at least 3 cream puffs. I just want to make it clear that it's not me asking for that. They took it as a joke I made to reduce the tension. Tomitake and Takano cracked up, holding their stomachs. Hanyu was looking at them with surprise, not knowing why they were laughing. My face, meanwhile, was turning red with embarrassment. "Fine. I'll get 3 delicious cream puffs for Oyashiro-sama. Should I get some for you and Satoko-chan, too?" "No, I don't need any. But there is something that I want to tell you." "What is it?" "Since you let me inside the storehouse today, I'm willing to do anything for you now." "Then I want you to believe what I'm about to tell you now. Please don't ask me why or make fun of me. Please believe me and change fate to save me." Both of them were surprised to see such a serious look on my face. I was sure they'd be surprised. After all, I was about to explain to them that they were going to die in 2 days. I'm sure they'd want to deny that. but I knew a fair bit about their deaths. If I could explain it to them in detail, they wouldn't be able to laugh it off. I talked to them about it several times in previous lives, but they never took it seriously. I only had that slight possibility that they might believe me. Hopefully the possibility is as small as a miracle. It should be engraved on the side of a die. My friends overcame their fates, and they all rolled a 6. Should I call that a miracle? Please, God, let me roll a 6 again. Please let them believe that death is upon them. Irie turned the light on as soon as he finished his presentation. There were about 8 men wearing lab coats inside the meeting room. The man sitting at the far end was the only person without one. Upon seeing Irie finish his speech, he clapped his hands several times. Having noticed his applause, the other men in the room soon followed suit.
Excellent. Very, very excellent. I'm quite satisfied with your progress.
Your hard work has paid off, Dr. Irie.
No, I would say it's because of my incredible staff. I really do owe them my gratitude. We really are getting close to finding a perfect cure. There are a few more sticking points left, but they can all be resolved with time and financing. We're counting on your support on that front. With sufficient funding and labor, I estimate we'll be done within 3 years. By 1986, we should be able to establish a complete treatment for it. From here on out, our challenges are establishing a treatment package that other unspecialized medical facilities can easily administer, and developing an easier, cheaper test for it.
With regards to testing, Dr. Irie is currently researching ways to detect potential patients through blood samples. Once that process is established, the test can be administered alongside regular physical exams, and we believe that will drive costs down significantly.
That's wonderful to hear. The current tests are pretty involved and expensive, after all. Sorry. I'm truly grateful to hear that you're considering the costs, too. Healthy citizens are supposed to be our nation's asset, so it really is shameful to bring up the budget, but from our position, we'd like to shave every yen we can off the costs. Of course, we understand. If we established a treatment that was impossible due to the cost, it'd just be a pie in the sky. It's our job to develop a practical treatment, not a theoretical one.
Tomitake started clapping again, and everyone followed him.
You're truly a respectable man, as well as a talented doctor. I'm honored to have met you. No, I can't sincerely accept your applause until every person has been treated, and this so-called curse of Oyashiro-sama has been exterminated. We hope for your continued cooperation until that time. Likewise. I'll do everything I can to make sure you receive almost every yen in the budget you've outlined. Please keep up the good work.
Tomitake and Irie shook hands, and the meeting room was filled with applause yet again. That's it for tonight's meeting. Tomorrow is the main event we're all waiting for, the budget hearing. Let's all push hard. Takano was being sarcastic, of course. The staff members in lab coats were smiling bitterly.
Well, I'll give my greatest efforts for the budget you all need too. To be honest, I want to be on your side myself. But I'm the one who has to explain things to the brass, and the one they come down on directly. You have my deepest apologies, but regretfully, I'll be rigorously examining the budget. Please continue lending me your cooperation. That's your job, so we can't blame you. We'll see you tomorrow. In any case, that's it for today.
Once Irie declared the meeting over, his white-coated staff gathered up their documents and left after glancing at the clock. It was almost midnight. The staff who were off tomorrow night might be alright, but those scheduled to work needed to sleep soon or it would hinder them the next day. Takano gathered up the butts from the ashtrays as well as the empty coffee cans. My, some people didn't drink their coffee. We managed to get a coffee budget for meetings approved, but I wonder if they'll cut that budget if people don't drink it.
Don't be so mean. I'm not doing this because I enjoy it, you know. Oh, Takano-san, I'll take that leftover coffee. I'll take one too. That way the budget won't go to waste.
The two of them seemed more relaxed with the other staff members gone. Tomitake and Irie loosened their collars in a sign of relief.
How are Rika-chan and Satoko-chan? Are they doing fine? I heard last week that Satoko-chan's test results weren't that good recently. No, but it actually wasn't that big of a deal. She was a bit out of sorts because of the heat wave. Her new results came out very stable.
Dr. Irie is very passionate about Satoko-chan.
That's not true. As a physician, I treat all of my patients equally, to the best of my ability.
Okay, yeah, just going right over that.
No, that's proving quite difficult. It would be wonderful if there was a way to completely cure Satoko-chan. But I guess that's what's difficult. Once a patient reaches the L5 state like Satoko-chan has, it's easy for them to re-experience hallucinations, similar to a patient suffering from flashbacks. Those technically aren't caused by the disease, but by the normal defense mechanisms cultivated in the brain. Like the idiom, "a scalded dog fears cold water," suggests, the brain naturally uses past experiences proactively for our survival.
In simpler terms, emotional trauma. Worse yet, we suspect that she may have suffered damage directly to her frontal lobe, so she needs more delicate counseling and long-term medication than the usual trauma patient.
You may be able to treat her illness, but you can't treat her mental health. Is that what you're saying?
There are plenty of people functioning in society with emotional trauma. Even if she's just one more to the mix, that's still a miraculous recovery considering the state she used to be in.
Think about diabetic patients. There's no cure, but many of them live happily by managing their condition. She still needs 3 shots a day? No, she's recovered quite a bit, so she is down to twice a day now. I think that puts a lot less strain on her, too.
She was so afraid in the beginning, but Rika-chan talked her into it.
Into getting those shots, the shots, you mean? Satoko-chan was told that she's receiving financial support from us by supporting our research. So that she thinks she's getting 2 shots a day not because she's sick, but as a test subject for your research?
Jiro-san, it would be a horrible thing for us to explain to her what kind of illness she's suffering from. Didn't I tell you this before?
Well, I remember. Sorry for being insensitive. If you happen to see Satoko-chan somewhere, please be kind to her. Alright, I will. Rika-chan is such a strong girl. Her background's similar to Satoko-chan's, yet she's leading such a steady life. We have Rika-chan and her deceased parents to thank for all of this. Without their understanding and support, we would have never discovered even a hint of a cure so soon. She even endured our inhumane experiments very well. We wouldn't have had the results we do today without her support after overcoming her parents' death. I'd like to repay the debt we owe her somehow. I agree. Tokyo also recognizes that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan have rendered us a distinguished service. They'll be compensated for their work someday.
Hey, you guys don't even want to pay for our coffee filters.
Again, don't be mean. You keep bringing that story up.
But even though all we can do is compensate them with money, I wish there was a way to pay them back from our hearts. Takano muttered something like she's talking to herself, but it almost sounded as if she was talking to them.
I'm sure there are many ways for us to show our appreciation. There are many ways we can pay them back.
Dr. Coach, I guess you're already doing that for them all the time. I suppose I should be nice to those girls too.
Oh, whoops. Desk. Excuse me.
Okay.
Indeed. Plus, Rika-chan was very nice to you today.
I nearly forgot. I have to take that film to get developed first thing in the morning. It was such a wonderful experience. History, culture, the smell of it. Everything about it was wonderful. Irie wondered what she could have experienced during the day. Tomitake could only smile and act like he didn't know anything.
By the way, Takano-san, what do you think of what Rika-chan told us near the end today?
I want to believe that it's only paranoia. She did say that there's no absolute proof either.
What's going on? From what you've said, it sounds like Rika-chan is showing some bad symptoms.
Her test results from last week. I thought they came out pretty good, but did you see anything different, Dr. Irie?
No, they were as stable as always. If Satoko-chan's results are a wave during high tide, Rika-chan's are the quiet surface of a lake. Just like their personalities. What's the possibility of a sudden outbreak? What are you talking about? Don't tell me Rika-chan is showing symptoms of the disease progressing?
Rika-chan asked us for something today. She wanted our protection because she feels like someone is going to murder her.
No way. Who would try to kill her? That's impossible. Rika-chan's a beloved mascot here in the village, and I don't think she has any enemies. I think it was just her imagination, too. Why does she think that someone is trying to kill her? If she's experiencing paranoia, she may be in the early L5 stage.
She said she saw it in her dreams. She wants us to reinforce security around her because she feels threatened.
For a young girl like that, it's not uncommon to get scared after having a nightmare. But we need to determine if it was really a dream or if she's showing early symptoms of the disease. Okay. Let's give her an urgent checkup tomorrow. I really hope nothing is wrong. She's the most valuable person in this village. I hope she's okay. But what should we do if she is?
Jiro-san, if that's what she wants in return for what she showed us today, it's not even a big deal. If she's worried about her safety and wants to rely on us, I think we should support her. That's what paying her back with our hearts is all about.
You're right. Even if she was just dreaming, we'll lose her trust if we don't support her. This is our chance. We found a way to show our appreciation. Yeah, I agree. Besides, she has a right to seek that support from us.
Yes. We have to make sure to protect her at all times.
That's true. Though that's your job, not mine. So please, give her your best. Understood. Takano-san, please do what you can to keep her safe. It's probably not so serious that we need to bring in the bloodhounds from Tokyo.
True. You can't ask them to come over just because Rika Furude had a nightmare. Alright. I'll order at least 4 members of the Mountain Dogs to watch her 24 hours a day.
That's impressive. That's tighter security than when I went to Tokyo.
She deserves special treatment. I'll make sure she gets the best security in the country. No one would dare plot an assassination on her. I'll get the best bodyguards out there. Not even a super spy could lay a finger on her. Meow meow. Onigafuchi banzai!
Okay. Okay, Takano.
Takano-san, did something good happen? Well, I mean...
Grown-ass woman. Literally, E.B. Curry. True. After looking through the items that have been donated for the auction... Okay, I think we're probably back to... Keiichi, maybe? We'll see. It's either Rika or Keiichi, I guess. After looking through the items that have been donated for the auction, we had realized that there was nothing kids would be interested in. Okay, yeah, it is Rika then.
Keiichi insisted that the show wouldn't be a success unless there was something that kids would beg their parents to buy. He's probably right. For that reason, we went to the toy store again today. We were trying to get the owner to donate something that would interest all of the kids attending the festival.
I see. I did get to sell off my old stock. I mean, you know, different games the other day because of you guys. I want to support you if I can.
My grandma wants the auction to be something that both kids and adults can enjoy. That's what she's hoping for. You understand?
Can't you help us, Uncle Yoshiro?
Well, if that's what your grandmother wants, okay, I'll do my best. I don't know what she would say to me on New Year's if I refused. Wow, I guess Mion's grandma is pretty scary.
We've never met, but I've heard of how terrifying she can be. According to Shion-san, she enjoys ripping people's nails off. That's just Shi-chan trying to scare you. I know Mi-chan's grandma very well. She's a very nice lady. As long as you're polite to her.
I'm impressed that she can refer to that monster as a nice lady.
She's scary when you're not polite. Also, she's scary when you don't show proper respect.
Nipa. So you're saying that she wouldn't be nice to me?
Kei-chan, we have a deal. He said we can take some of the stuff. His laugh was a painful one. How come the people in this village always listen to Mion? It's the power of the Sonozaki family. Mion's like their princess. No one would dare contradict her. You're also the princess of the Furude family, aren't you? Thank you. The members of the Sonozaki branch families who own businesses usually get their funding from Mion's family. They can never go against the will of the main branch. The Sonozaki family made a fortune on the black market after the war, and they've invested those funds as capital into businesses run by their family and the villagers. They charge almost no interest, and required no cosigners or collateral. So long as one gives a proper explanation, they'll provide a notable sum. The money has to be paid back, of course, but it's lent between family and community. They're willing to make some adjustments if one goes begging. For that reason, everyone is borrowing money from the family. And that, more than anything, is why they can never refuse a request from Mion.
Alright, try and find something that might be of interest to the kids. I need something big in size. It's not that exciting to sell a deck of cards at an auction, you know? Big things will attract more attention.
So we need to look for something big and expensive.
Oh! Leave it up to me. I'm very good at finding things like that.
Let's try and be considerate of the owner, too, everyone. Wow, look, Rena. This stuffed animal is so cute.
What? Oh! It's adorable! I'm taking all of them home with me!
You know, you guys, please don't take too much, okay?
The shop owner smiled bitterly at us. What do you think this is, Keiichi-kun?
It says swing on it.
Is it like a playground kind of swing? Wow, it's so heavy.
It must be a build-it-yourself swing. You can build it inside of the house or outside in the yard. It's not as big as the swings you see on playgrounds, but it's big enough for little kids to play on. It's fun in the beginning, but they'll eventually get bored with it and it'll be used to hang the laundry on instead.
That sounds like it's coming from experience. Did you have one of these, Keiichi?
In my last house, I got it for Christmas when I was little. Looks really impressive, doesn't it? That's a good choice, Rena.
Here, Kei-chan, stick this paper on it. People from the council will pick it up later. Mion handed Keiichi a piece of paper that said Town Council on it. She was carrying around a whole stack of them. She's really thorough when it comes to things like that.
Keiichi-san, how about this one? It's a small pool you can put in your yard.
Oh, that's a good choice too. What do you think, Mion?
Well, in Hinamizawa you can always go to the river if you want to play in the water. I don't know about that one.
But this goldfish pattern is adorable. I think this pool is a good one, I think so as well. Doesn't it just look perfect for setting up all kinds of traps?
No way, no way. I'm the one who's gonna end up trapped in there. We're not taking this one.
How about this one? It's an elephant slide. Meep. I think this one is nice too. I want to take it home with me. If I pushed Satoko off the top, she would roll down like a ball. Ah, wouldn't that be so much fun? Don't you think so, Hanyu? Oh, well, stop being so mean to Satoko.
Oh, that one's nice too. I'm taking it home with me.
Alright, let me stick this paper on it. We enjoyed the privilege of picking donations for a while. I started to feel bad seeing the owner's troubled expression. I patted him on the head to try to comfort him. Rub rub. Pat pat. Nipa!
Wow, this is mahjong.
What is it, Kei-chan? Kei-chan? I accidentally put like the G on the end because of mahjong. Got mahjong on the brain. Keiichi found something in the tabletop game section. I walked towards him to see what it was. There I saw a green mat on the table, with the mahjong tiles all lined up on it. They were arranged in a square shape, as if someone was playing there until just a few minutes ago.
Huh? What's this, Uncle Yoshido? Are you playing mahjong at work?
No, that's not it.
I'd expected to see board games and card games in the toy store, but not mahjong. I guess it isn't weird for a toy store to sell this, though.
Wow, it's been a long time. I think I've forgotten most of the rules.
Whoa, it's incredible for a girl like you to know mahjong. Oh, let me guess. You guys played this at the club, right?
It must have been the end of last year. Of course, I was very good at it, too. There were lots of traps lying in my discard pile.
Mion, listen here. You had 4 young girls together and you played mahjong at school?
Hey, Kei-chan, you can't underestimate this game. Hinamizawa gets a lot of snow in the winter. The whole village enjoys mahjong in those months. We hole up inside a warm room and enjoy some tangerines and mahjong. We turn on the end of the year music program on the TV. That's what winter's like here. That's probably how the Sonozaki family spends its winter. That doesn't mean the whole village does that.
I forgot that Hinamizawa gets lots of snow in the winter. I see. I guess mahjong would be the standard game adults play around the kotatsu.
Kei-chan, mahjong's a serious game. It's a necessity in every man's social life. When they sit around the square jungle, they become Seiryu in the east, Byakko in the west, Suzaku in the south, and Genbu in the north. Abandoning their hierarchy and squabbles, they fight on equal terms. It's the same spirit as in the ancient Olympic Games. See? Isn't it amazing?
I'm less concerned with that and more afraid what kind of punishment you'll see when you bring it out at the club again.
Do you know how to play, Cage-kun?
My dad loves it. He always forces me to play when he doesn't have enough people to play with. I don't know if I'm good, but I know the rules. I don't know how to calculate anything, though. Anyway, why is there a mahjong table here?
Everyone looked at the owner.
Well, I was talking with a customer this afternoon, and he said he could show me how to do the Tsubame Gaeshi. What? Did you say the Tsubame Gaeshi? That's the greatest scam in the history of mahjong! It's the ultimate technique developed in ancient China. Its power was so great that the emperor of that time banned its use. I didn't know that there were people who could use it in this era. By the way, this is a secondhand story I got from my father, so I can't guarantee the authenticity.
Tsubame Gaeshi? Isn't that a technique of Musashi Miyamoto's? How does that involve mahjong?
It's a bow technique where you switch your hand with the wall in a flash. Very, very funny that this is the part at which you join Grifters. You definitely missed some interesting stuff in the last hour, though, so I would highly recommend checking that out when you've got a minute.
Nipa!
Hey, Mion, why would you teach something that bad to an innocent girl like this?
Well...
Oh, I want to see it! Can anybody do it? Can you, Rika-chan?
I only know about it. I can't do it myself. Satoko, weren't you practicing it a while ago?
Wait a minute, Satoko. Don't practice something like that at your age.
But she's a trap master. It sounds like something that she could do.
Oh! The best time to set a trap is when the opponent is sure of his victory.
So, did you ever get to master it? You were practicing, right?
Well, I could never use it in a real game. Even in practice, I only succeeded once or twice. Wow! I want to see it! Do it for us! Me, I want to see it too. Very well, you all. Don't laugh if I can't pull it off, alright?
Satoko sat in front of the table and started piling up the tiles. Do you really think Satoko-chan can do it? Well, I don't know. It'll be amazing if she can do it, and cute if she can't. I don't care if she makes it or not, because I enjoy seeing her act shy like this.
Well, first of all, you start by planting the tiles you want into the wall ahead of time. I see. Then you later swap them for your hand. But how? Sleight of hand?
Well, you instantly swap all the tiles from your hand with the planted tiles. This is a scene I'd love to show you all through an animation video or something. Since we can only use words here, please make up for it with your imagination.
I have no idea who me could be talking to.
You say looking at the camera.
Are you ready?
Everyone gulped and looked closely at the table. Satoko moved her hands like a swan on a lake. She had 13 tiles in front of her. Then she silently flipped them all face down. Then she lifted them up by holding both ends and silently placed them against the back edge of the wall, keeping them hidden.
This is it, Satoko.
I don't know if I can do it, but I'll try.
We all went quiet. Satoko reached out towards the Yamahai. Then she grabbed the whole thing with her small little hands. Let me explain how hard it is to pick up the wall for those unfamiliar with Mahjong. Your hand's usually made of 13 tiles. If you push them into them from either side hard enough with both hands, you can lift them up in the air. You might drop and scatter them if you're not experienced, but it's still not that difficult. However, it's not that easy for the wall. The Yamahai usually consists of 17 tiles, and plus there are 2 rows on top of each other. This is the important part. It's not as simple as lifting up 2 rows of 17 tiles on top of each other. You must lift up the 17 tiles from the top row and only the 4 tiles on the edges of the bottom row. By settling them on the 13 tiles from your hand placed behind the wall, you can bury your hand in the wall, and the lower 13 tiles that remain from moving the wall become your new hand. This is the ultimate technique, the Tsubame Gaeshi. It's a technique that lets you switch all 13 tiles in a split second.
You can do it, Satoko.
I could see Satoko trying to concentrate. She was supposed to be doing this more naturally since it's a technique for cheating. But since for the moment it was just a performance, I suppose it's fine. Somebody audibly swallowed, and at that exact moment she made her move.
There!
Crash. She had put too much strength into it. Her tiles fell apart.
Ugh, I can't do it. It's not that easy, you know.
I see. But I think I understood the gist of it from Mion's explanation. Let me try it.
I'm going to try too. I guess I have to master this one now, or else it'd be troublesome later on. I'm trying it too then.
All of us except Mion took a seat and started piling up the tiles.
At a glance, you look like small children who were just playing with the tiles.
But they're actually practicing the Tsubame Gaeshi. I'm proud of how my club members are growing up to be decent kids. My hands and Satoko's hands are about the same size. If she can do it, I know I can too. Of course, I can't really use this trick during a real game. We were just playing around, but I was having a good time. I've never done this before in my 100 years of life.
I think my hands are slowing down. I'm so frustrated. It's so hard just to lift up the first 13 tiles. Oh.
Listen, Rena, you have to use your pinky fingers. There you go. It's gonna explode if you push too strongly.
But you have to use enough strength to lift it up. It's difficult, isn't it? It's very difficult to lift up the first 13 tiles to begin with. Not everyone can get past this stage. Satoko was doing well the first time, but she lost her concentration and is dropping her tiles now. I took Keiichi's advice and supported the tiles with my pinky fingers, and lifted it up. Oh, I did it!
Me? I lifted up the first 13 tiles.
Good for you! Rika-chan has a lead on us. We need to do better.
You're good at this. Can you do the next step?
It's not that easy, but I really want to get it right before anyone else. That's what we're racing towards right now. I'm gonna do it.
Is Rika-chan going to be the first one?
You're done if you pull off the next move. But that one's so difficult. Go, Rika! This is the hard part.
I had to lift up the whole top row and only 4 tiles from the bottom row.
I probably didn't need to use too much force. I can do this. Crash.
Oh, too bad.
With the number of tiles increased to 17, it got more difficult, didn't it? I'm going to do this before everyone else. There will probably be a punishment for those who can't make it.
What? Is that true, Mion? Wonder what I should do.
There were only 4 seats, so Mion wasn't even in the game. Did that mean that she could set up a punishment with no risk to herself?
Oh, it's not fair. You're not even playing, Mi-chan. If you have time to complain, you should practice harder.
This is getting interesting. I thought that we came all the way to Okonomiya to get donations for the auction. Why were we doing this now? Although that's why I love hanging out with these people. If it wasn't for them, I would have lost my soul a long time ago. I would have become a worthless piece of flesh. I've heard that rabbits can die from loneliness, but humans are no different. Humans can also die from boredom. Hanyu, I really do think this world is special. I know all of these events could happen individually, but now that they're all happening at the same time, this is like a miracle. Your fate really was too unfortunate up to this point. You deserve this kind of happiness every once in a while. You're right. If I have such a miserable and deadly fate, I do deserve some happiness that evens out the sadness. I felt like the luck I'd been getting in this life was something that I'd been saving up for 100 years. The people I love are all healthy and happy. I also asked Takano to reinforce my security. I don't know if she really will, but she promised me. She never did that in my previous lives. I think her reaction to my request was the best one so far. In fact, she was skipping on her way back home. She must have been in a good mood. I was sorry for breaking the family rules, but I think it was worth it. I told them that their lives were also in danger, but I doubt they really believed that. They didn't seem too frightened by it. I'd have to give them a final warning on the night of Watanagashi. If I try warning them too often, they'd never believe me. Does that mean that there's nothing for me to do in this world right now? I don't know. Until the moment of truth is here, it's impossible to tell. I'm blessed with miraculously good fortune in this world. I gave it my best effort using all of my previous experience. But did I do enough? I wish I could have had my fortune told. I just wanted something to tell me that I did everything right. Please tell me what my fortune is. And as soon as I made the wish, God granted it to me.
Oh, what's going on in here?
I suddenly heard a low voice. Keiichi and Rena dropped their tiles as soon as they heard it. Hey, Oishi-san! What are you doing in a toy store during working hours?
Hello there. Don't worry, I'm off duty today.
You mean bad luck today.
What are you all doing here? Huh?
It looked like Oishi was ordering something from the owner. I wondered what this old guy wanted from a toy store of all places. Mion was wondering the same, and she asked him instead of me.
My mahjong mat's warped because I kept it rolled up in storage for a long time. The green cloth's peeling off the underside of my kotatsu board too, so I couldn't use that one either.
You play mahjong at home? That's a nice way to spend your day off. Perhaps you got in trouble at the mahjong bar and they banned you from going in there or something?
No way, no way. I'm a gentleman in any public establishment. Never cause any trouble like that. Anyway, you kids like mahjong? Figured that young people didn't even know about the game.
Please don't underestimate my club. We'll play anything that has a winner and a loser. We never turn our backs to a battle. We play mahjong, slot machines, horse racing, bike racing, boat racing, calligraphy, flower arrangement, and croquet. I think she'll make us fight in the middle of a lava pit someday.
It's okay, Rika-chan. Even if you die on the battlefield, you'll come back out of nowhere 2 or 3 chapters later.
I have no idea what Keiichi-san and Rika are talking about.
What are you guys doing? You piling up the tiles?
No, not that. We're practicing the Tsubame Gaishi.
You're practicing the Tsubame Gaishi? Oh dear. He's the one who showed me how to do the Tsubame Gaishi earlier today.
What did you say?
Not like I can use it in a real game, but it's one of the tricks I can do. Oishi-san, would you please show it to us? I really want to master that technique. If I don't, I'm gonna get in real trouble this winter. Sure, let me show it to you. You must be, the boy from the Maibara mansion? No, sorry. Yes, I am. I'm Keiichi Maibara. I moved here recently. Nice to meet you. Hey, you've never met him before?
This is Oishi-san from the police department. He's on the festival committee as head of security team, so you'll see him at the meeting too.
I've heard about you. They say you're always full of energy. I've been looking forward to meeting you because everyone is saying you're going to be a great auction host. You'll have such a big responsibility at the festival. I'm surprised you accepted the offer. You have a lot of courage. But I'll do my best since I took on the job, so I hope things go well. I'm Keiichi Maibara. It'll be a pleasure working with you. Huh. You're also a very polite young man. I'm impressed. I'm Oishi from Okinomiya PD. You can call me Kura-chan if you want.
You can sit in my seat, Oishi.
Oh, thank you. Let me show you the trick then.
He rapidly gathered up the tiles. I could tell that he'd been doing it for a long time.
I heard that judo fighters can tell their opponent's rank just by looking at how he ties his belt. It's just like that. Thank you for complimenting me already. Alright, are you ready? I'm gonna do it now. There you go!
Thud, swoosh, clack, clack. All done.
I'm all done now. Whoa! That was fast!
We all broke out in cheers. You often hear the audience cheer for a big performance on TV, but it really was more impressive seeing it in person. He did it so quickly, too. He made it look so simple that anyone could do it, but everyone here knows that it's very difficult to do. That was why we were all impressed at how easily he performed the trick.
Oh, you're amazing.
You're so good.
That was incredible. I'm seriously impressed. Will you teach me in slow motion? Sure, why not? Try to do what I do. It's more difficult in slow motion, but pay attention to how I use my fingers, especially my pinkies. First you go like this, right? Okay, you understand that part. Now what comes next? Then you do it like this. No, don't lift it up. Try and think of it as sliding forward, but don't push it. Just slightly lift it up like a hovercraft. Slightly lift it up like a hovercraft. There! Damn it! You don't need any strength. You can't make any noise, you know? You have to do it silently, like a ninja. Silently like a ninja. Let me try one more time.
It was strange. I'd never seen Keiichi and Oishi play mahjong together.
Keiichi-kun and Oishi-san look like they could become good friends. I guess that's like male bonding or something.
Oishi usually appears only after Takano and Tomitaka get murdered on the night of Watanagashi. He's only ever appeared on the scene as a detective. He always approached Keiichi as a detective, so he never thought of him as someone he could trust. He only thought of Keiichi as a decoy to expose the culprits among the villagers or some nonsense like that. So even when you see it, it's hard to believe that Keiichi and Oishi are having a good time together like friends.
I've never seen Keiichi and Oishi getting along with each other.
I know. It's my first time too. How am I supposed to react to this? I thought it was a bad thing when I first saw Oishi today. I couldn't understand this world at all. Junpop45 with the $5. The only reason Oishi can do this is because of his massive yaoi hands. Ah, man. My heart was pounding, and I had the strong feeling that I'd roll a 6 every time I threw the die. I should roll it again. I think I'll roll a 6 again. I'll know it before I roll it. I will roll that 6, and I'll finally defeat my deadly fate. Welcome to our store!
Oh, there you are. Oishi-san, I got it for you.
My heart started racing. The voice sounded so familiar. I heard it before, but that couldn't be right. Hanyu always warned me. Don't expect too much. It couldn't be him.
Oh, Akasaka-san, thank you very much. Did you have any trouble finding the store? I'm sorry, I got lost. Who knows where I'd be right now if that nice postman didn't help me.
A young man was standing there. He was wearing a casual outfit and holding a plastic bag in his hand. I always thought Akasaka wore a shirt and a tie. He also seemed much smaller. He looked at me as I stared at him. Normally you look away when you make eye contact with a stranger, but we stare at each other without averting our gazes. Is that you, Akasaka?
And you are... Rika-chan? Huh? You know him? Akasaka-san, you knew Furude-san? That's a big surprise. It's been so long. You grew taller, didn't you?
You seem stronger, too. This is Mamoru Akasaka. He's a detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Public Safety Department. He sometimes shows up in Hinamizawa in 1978. He has no relation to Hinamizawa or my deadly curse, but outside the village, he's the person I trust the most. I've asked for his help in the past several times, but nothing ever came out of it. He's from so far away. He forgets about me once he returns to Tokyo. That's why I'd given up on him. Why are you here in Hinamizawa again?
I left my daughter with my parents, and I came here on a trip with my wife.
Your wife?
Yes, you saved her life. You must have no idea. Akasaka-san loves his wife so much. Was it 5 years ago? He was in Okinomiya for a business trip, but he suddenly abandoned his job to return to her side. That's how much he loves her.
Oh, that's so romantic.
You warned me that something bad was going to happen if I didn't go back to Tokyo. That really concerned me, so I went right back to the hospital where Yukie was. Then I heard that a janitor got in an accident on the stairs that led to the rooftop that day.
The tiles on the stairs were loose. The janitor fell down the stairs and got seriously injured. I knew that was going to happen because I'd seen him lose his mind after hearing about his wife's death in a life I lived a long time ago. Falling down the stairs seems like just the luck of the draw. I didn't think it would happen all the time, but it had happened to him over and over. So I thought there must be some kind of reason behind it. I guessed it was because of broken tiles on the stairs. If he didn't show up at the hospital that day, his wife would have gone up those stairs. It was her daily routine, but she didn't go because he showed up. Meanwhile, the janitor went on the stairs and got injured.
Rika-chan saved Yukie's life. I'm not sure if that's really true, but Akasaka-san has no doubt that you saved his wife's life. He really wanted to meet you again.
Rika's good at predicting things sometimes, though.
That's because she's the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama.
Oops. Kuma-chan and Sato-san should be here soon. We have to hurry, Akasaka-san. Well, Maibara-san, let's do this again. I'll teach you something more useful next time. Sure. Thank you very much. See you again, Rika-chan.
How long are you staying here, Akasaka?
I'll be here until after Watanagashi. Kinda long for a vacation, isn't it? They told me that I need to use up my vacation days. I just finished a big job, so my boss told me to take some time off. I'll be there at the festival. I heard that it's gonna be a huge event.
That's right. It'll be more than just the drinking party you had last time.
Akasaka-san, let's go! You saved Yukie's life. I'm going to make it up to you one day. When that time comes, I'll lend you my strength.
I will be killed in June of 1983.
It's been 5 years, and I'm stronger and a lot more experienced. I'm different now. I'm sure I can help you.
I felt like I rolled a 6 without even throwing the die. Akasaka followed Oishi and ran outside into the bright sunlight. Hanyu, does this also seem like luck to you?
Oh, well. It seems like fate is on your side this time.
Remember that day we held a club activity in this toy store? The moment I refused to play the fishing game, this world started changing. My strong will is changing the path of fate. My strong will is going to change my fate. If I have a strong will, I can also change these results. We rode on our bikes back home together. I was in a good mood. I almost felt like humming a song. I could feel my deadly fate slowly falling to pieces. I felt like my fate was urging me to move on. Just like the sun and the moon during an eclipse, the wheels of my fortune were perfectly matched for the first time in a long time. This really might have been a miracle. This wasn't like the true miracle of Keiichi remembering the past. It was good fortune within expectations. But when it was arranged this well, it was enough to be considered a miracle. I couldn't remember the last time I felt so good in June of 1983. My name is Rika Furude. My ominous fate was moving away from me. With each step I took, that deadly fate withdrew further and further. I'd have to stay strong and take advantage of this miracle. I moved forward at high speed. Watanagashi was so close. My luck and effort had brought about a miracle. And so, I will defeat my fate. This time for sure. Go for it. Yay! The next moment, something happened. Keiichi had accidentally scratched a motorcycle that was parked by the street. A group of 3 delinquents were trying to intimidate him.
Oh, well, what shall we do?
Just watch. I have the power to get rid of them now.
I think we should call the police.
Don't worry, Satoko. Leave it up to me.
Rika? Hey, Rika!
I walked towards the delinquents even as they grabbed Keiichi by his collar. What the hell are these pathetic guys? Are they trying to stand in my way when I'm trying to have a happy future? I should teach them that nothing can stop me now. I know I'm rolling a 6 without even throwing the die.
Say something, you punk! You listening to me?
They continued to grab Keiichi's shirt. Keiichi, Mion, and Rena were staring at them with a vicious look in their eyes. I got in between them.
Huh? What the hell do you want?
Ouch! Get the hell out of here. Don't even think about ruining my fate. I plucked his nose with my fingers again. He never expected that a little girl like me would attack him. He seemed surprised, but he quickly returned to being angry. Then he picks me up by my collar, too.
Rika-chan! Stop it, you jerks! Let her go! Oh, Rika! Do you have a plan?
No, I don't. But I'm trying to prove that this is nothing compared to the power I have now. If I can't deal with this situation, I'll never escape from my deadly fate. I rolled the die, knowing what I was going to get. I knew that I'd be rolling a 6. The next moment, 2 men in working overalls came up to the 3 delinquents and tapped them on the shoulders.
Let go of her. She's just a little kid, you know. Who the hell are you? They started the fight! Shut up and go away!
Those working men weren't just random people who were passing by. I knew who they were.
Let's have a talk over there.
One of the men pushed the 3 delinquents to the side of the street. The other man spoke to me in a calm voice.
Are you okay? Rika-san?
Thank you very much. You saved us. He lent me his hand so I could stand up.
Off with you now. We'll take care of the rest.
I don't know who you are, but thank you so much. Are you sure we can go now?
Yes. Don't worry about us. Thank you very much.
I can hardly believe that Keiichi-san was so weak.
Let's go, everyone. We got back on our bikes in a hurry and left the scene. They had no idea who saved us, but we were glad that all of us were safe. But I knew who they were. Those must have been the security guards who work for Takano. Takano kept her promise. Those guys are professional bodyguards. They only do what they're ordered to, but they make sure their mission is complete. If Takano told them to protect me, that's the best protection I can get. After we left the scene, a white van with 2 men in it followed us.
Nightingale reporting. Ours moving to the safe zone. We'll continue escorting her. This is Heron, roger that.
Everything was working in my favor for the first time ever. The pedals seemed so light that day. I felt like I could fly into the sky if I wanted to.
boy. All right. Before the flight.
Here's your plane ticket. Don't be late. You'll get the rest of the money when you get there. Thanks a lot. Here, Mamiya.
Thank you. I've always wanted to go to Sapporo.
You sure Hojo isn't suspicious of you?
Don't worry. He's stupid. He's got a big dick and a big attitude, but that's all he's got going for him.
Is that so?
The next moment, they heard several cars coming toward them. The man looked out the window and saw 3 black cars screeching to a halt by the apartment building. Several intimidating men emerged from those cars. Some of them even looked up toward the window. He quickly hid himself behind the curtain.
Shit, they're here! Run!
Are you serious? But why?
Come on, Mamiya! They're gonna kill you!
They heard the men running up the stairs. They sounded angry. Oh, gee, what a shame. Well, hopefully that won't have any consequences. It was a very humid day. Not even a slight breeze was blowing. It had been an unpleasant summer, one that really wasn't only hot, but swelteringly so. There were various articles of clothing hung out to dry in the messy apartment windows, but the lack of wind evoked an impression far removed from coolness. In fact, it only felt more oppressive. There were crooked houses and apartments lining the narrow, twisted road. In addition, there were planters and flower pots whose contents were beginning to rot, as well as bicycles and cars on the side of the road, making it even more cramped, more oppressive, and all the more sweltering. Nobody who was in this place at this time was visiting it voluntarily. But in spite of what everyone might expect, a single motorcycle came rolling in. The motorcycle stopped in front of a 2-story apartment, one that could hardly be called neat, even as flattery. A man, fairly old and wrinkled, stepped off. When a nearby neighbor hanging out the laundry noticed him, he called out,
Well, hello there! It's so quite hot today, isn't it? Oh, you got that right. Feel like I'm gonna boil out here.
Suddenly, I got goosebumps all over my body. I felt like something bad was about to happen, for no reason. Everyone gets this feeling in a different way. Some people get a twitch in their eyelids, or some kind of movement in their ears. In my case, I get goosebumps. Satoko was supposed to be cooking dinner tonight. We didn't have much inside the refrigerator, so I asked her to go grocery shopping. I was just watching TV and relaxing while I waited for her. She was usually back by the time my cartoon was over, after which she'd start cooking dinner. But my cartoon was over. The news had started, and Satoko wasn't home yet. Satoko sometimes waited until they had a sale at the store. In that case, she'd usually come home late. That must be what was happening. It was too early for me to start worrying about her. But, I can't explain this feeling. I can't explain it, but I feel extremely worried. Once I started feeling like that, I couldn't just sit in the room and wait for her. Hanyu? Hanyu! Where are you? I thought she might know where Satoko might be, but she's never around when I need her. Hanyu is not with me 24 hours a day. She sometimes falls asleep and sometimes she goes out for walks. Though in her case it's not a walk, but more like a stalk. She follows people around when she finds someone interesting, and she enjoys observing them. Anyway, I had no choice. I'd have to find Satoko on my own. I had a good idea of which stores Satoko goes to.
I should check those first. We're in Hinamizawa. If I asked people, they'd tell me anywhere she went.
Hello there, Rika-chama. It's a blessing to see you here.
Mipa!
Did Satoko come here today by any chance?
I haven't seen Satoko-chan here. I've been out here all day, so I would have seen her if she was here.
I didn't even have time to say thanks. I ran to the next store. People were greeting me and waving at me. I'd usually smile and greet them back, but I had no time for that at the moment. Satoko. Satoko. Satoko! I need Satoko in my life. I was able to survive for so long because of her support. Without her, this world would be so empty and boring. Satoko is nonchalant and optimistic, unlike me. I've learned so many things from her over the past 100 years, but I still need to learn more from her. Satoko! Satoko! People stared at me as I ran by them, screaming out her name. I didn't care what they thought, though. Satoko, Satoko, Satoko! Why are they looking at me like that? I'm looking for Satoko. Somebody tell me where she is! My heart was convulsing inside my body like a fish out of water. What little stamina I have. I hate my body for being so young. You know, the store on the corner always has a sale in the evening. She might be there. I went to a few different places, but I still couldn't find her anywhere. The people I talked to gave me advice on where to go, but I couldn't find her in any of the places they suggested. I continued to run, looking for her. I continued to run, even when I bumped into people.
I don't know. I had so many customers I can't remember.
There are only a few places in Hinamizawa where we can go grocery shopping. It shouldn't be that difficult to find her, so why couldn't I? I tripped over something in the street and fell flat on the ground. Ouch. I injured my hand on a small rock embedded in the ground. I didn't feel much pain, even though I said ouch. It just felt hot, as if I had touched a frying pan. Suddenly, someone handed me a pretty handkerchief. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Rena. Did you see Satoko anywhere? Rena was carrying a grocery bag. I've heard that Satoko bumps into Rena often when she goes grocery shopping. They tend to choose the same stores.
Satoko-chan? No, I didn't see her today. Was she out grocery shopping?
Yes. You didn't see her?
No, I didn't. But there's no way that she would have missed the big sale at the market today. I was there, but I didn't see her.
My brain wasn't getting enough oxygen. It took me a while to understand what Rena was talking about. I understood that Rena didn't see Satoko, but that wasn't the point. They had a huge sale in the market today? There's no way that Satoko would miss that sale? But she still didn't see her there? What was that supposed to mean?
What happened? Did she leave her wallet at home or something?
I couldn't find the right words to explain. Should I tell her that I feared that something bad happened to Satoko and that's why I was looking for her? No, I couldn't do that. I couldn't think too deeply about why she hadn't returned home.
What's wrong? Can I help out? Talk to me.
I knew she was just trying to help me. I even thought I needed someone to help me just a few moments before. But now that she was here, I had no idea what I was supposed to say. No, that's not it. The truth is, I know. Somehow I know. I wouldn't have to know if it was someone else. But I have to know this. Rika Furude has to know what's going on. I know it. I remember it. I knew this was coming. I've experienced a world before where Satoko suddenly disappeared. But the possibility for that happening is as low as Akasaka showing up in Hinamizawa. It only happened randomly in my other lives. This is not the first time. It happened before, too. I should see it for myself. I needed to see if I'd gotten stuck inside a devastating world again.
Will you talk to me?
I'm sorry. Goodbye.
What? Hey, Rika-chan!
I started running. I couldn't pretend like I didn't know where she was. Please don't tell me that I was blessed only up to this point, that I'm about to fall back into my unfortunate fate from here on. I thought that this world was different. I thought I could move on to a happy future. I thought that I'd be able to defeat my deadly fate in this life. But this was just horrible. It was horrible that this was happening to this world. I was standing in front of the place that I hate the most in Hinamizawa. Yes, it's Satoko's real home, the Hojo residence. I'd been living with her since last fall, so this house was empty. In the beginning, she used to come back here to pick up her clothing and other necessities. But once she moved most of her stuff to my house, Satoko stayed away from this place. This was a sad place for Satoko, because all she could remember of it was the horrible time she spent with her uncle and aunt, and the memory of her missing brother, Satoshi. That's why she never wanted to come back here. But that wasn't the reason I hate this house. It's because I know what happens whenever this house becomes an issue in my life. Oh God, please. Please bless me with just one more fortune. I closed my eyes and prayed. Then I slowly opened them. The window was open on the second floor. I saw a faded curtain swinging inside. As soon as I saw that, my knees realized what was going on, even before my mind processed it. In the next moment, I lost strength in my legs and collapsed onto the ground. I saw an unfamiliar motorcycle parked by the house. I also saw laundry and a futon hanging outside. I was certain that someone was living here. It was proof that someone was living inside this house. It's never good when there's someone living inside this house. This was very, very bad. I knew exactly why. I knew why, but I felt like I wanted to act like I didn't know.
Rika?
Satoko! Satoko went outside to take the futon in and noticed me.
Rika?
Satoko looked down and forced herself to smile. I felt so sad. It wasn't just her expression. I could tell that her left cheek was red and swollen. Satoko, don't stay here. Let's go home. I took her hand, but she still looked down without squeezing back.
Rika, I think I'm going to go back to this house.
Why is that?
My, uncle came back, and, he told me, we should live together in this house.
I know that's not what you want. You don't want to live with your mean uncle.
But I have no choice. If I go back to your house, he'll come and get me. I don't want to cause any trouble for you.
She gave up with a sad smile. She looks exactly how she looked 1 year ago in 1982. Her uncle only slapped her face, and she's back to being the Satoko from 1982. The cheerful Satoko that I knew until yesterday could no longer be found. I took care of Satoko and tried to heal her wounded heart for over a year. She finally got her smile back, but her uncle took it all away with just one slap to her face. A broken soul can recover over time, but her damaged heart can never be fixed completely. I just took the broken pieces and put them back together. The cracks in her heart will always be there. That's why she wouldn't come with me. No matter how hard I tried to pull her hand, she couldn't get over the fear. She knew just how scary her uncle could be.
Satoko! What the hell are you doing? You better not go anywhere!
I heard a disgusting voice from inside the house. Satoko stared at the ground. Her shoulders were shaking.
Huh? Who the hell is this?
He came out and stood right behind her.
It's nothing. I just bumped into my friend.
I don't care. Go inside and clean the bathtub. I want to take a bath, you idiot.
Satoko scampered back inside the house like a terrified small animal. I feel devastated as I watched her go.
Were you asking her out to play? Sorry, but she's busy taking care of chores. I'm her uncle. We've been out for a while on a business trip. I'm finally back in the village, you know?
Liar. He only showed back up because his lover went missing. In another world, I once let my hatred out on him, but then he inflicted that anger in equal turn onto Satoko, so I couldn't allow the dark flame burning within my chest to reflect in my eyes. Since I couldn't make myself smile, and I couldn't insult him, all I could do was give him a short bow and run away from the scene.
You're intimidated by my scary face, huh?
I heard his hideous laughter from behind me. I cried as I ran away. I couldn't stop crying. I thought this was a perfect world up until today. Why was God doing this to me? It was too cruel. But I couldn't give up yet. I couldn't do anything, but I still had hope for this world. I didn't think the luck I had until yesterday was just a random thing. I went back to my house in a hurry. I needed to make a phone call. I didn't know the number because it was my first time calling the place. I looked inside the phone book and found it easily. I made a call to that number.
Oh, hello. Didn't expect to get a call from you, Furude-san. What can I do for you?
I already knew that Oishi could never save Satoko, based on what I've seen in my previous lives. For him, Satoko is only a good way to get at the Sonozaki family. Her uncle is probably his prey in that regard, too. Even if I talked to him about her situation, he would do nothing to save her. The only thing he'd tell me would be to call the child consultation center. I want to talk with Akasaka. Is he there?
Akasaka-san? He went to the hot springs with his wife.
Wakura? That's not anywhere near here. I thought he was staying here until Watanagashi.
I heard he's gonna stay in a hotel owned by a relative of his. Wish I could go too. What? You wanna know where Wakura is? It's in the Ishikawa prefecture on the Noto Peninsula.
No way. He told me that he was staying here until Watanagashi. I thought he meant he was staying in Hinamizawa. But did he actually mean this area of the country in general? Can you get a hold of him somehow? That was a meaningless question. There's no way that I could get him to come here while he's enjoying his trip with his wife. Even if I can talk to him on the phone, he'll probably only tell me to call the child consultation center or something.
I don't know where he's staying. I heard it's a very famous luxury hotel, so I can make a pretty good guess. But I'm sure they won't give me the room number since they're strict about customer privacy these days.
Okay then. Did, Akasaka tell you that he's coming to the Watanagashi festival?
Yes, he did. He's coming back here after the hot springs. They stayed here for only one night and then left for the Noto Peninsula. I'm sure they'll be back before the day of the festival. He said he'd be back with a souvenir for you.
How terrible. I thought it was too good to be true. I knew it was kind of strange for him to stay in a boring place like this. My luck seems to be turning. This might not be a surprise, though. Just like I can roll a 6 3 times in a row, I can roll a 1 3 times in a row, too. Happy things and unhappy things can happen with equal probability.
Hello? If you want to leave a message, I'll take it for you.
I looked at the calendar on the wall. I didn't know that he was coming when he was coming back, but I was certain he wouldn't be for at least one more week. I thought back to the past and tried to remember what happened. That guy will break Satoko apart in 1 week. I couldn't wait that long. I had to give up on seeking help from Akasaka. Well, that's okay. I still had one more option. One more person I could rely on. No, that's alright. Thank you for your help. Nipa! I hung up the phone after thanking him. I couldn't make a phone call to the next person. I'd have to talk to him in person. I put my shoes on and headed to the area clinic. The clinic's hours were over for the day. There was usually no one here after that. However, since Tomitake was here, they should still be inside the building for a meeting. They had to be there. The front door of the clinic was locked, as I expected. I went around to the back door and rang the bell. The whole clinic is nervous when Tomitake is around. They usually ignore visitors, but I'm special.
What's wrong? I heard you had an emergency.
You need me too? That doesn't sound good. Irie and Takano showed up soon after I was taken to the visitor's room. If Rika Furude has an emergency, then it's a priority for these two people. I'm the most important person in the village.
Could it be? Someone is trying to get you?
You're protected at all times by the elite security of the Mountain Dogs. They've been watching you since the day we made that promise. I had no doubt about that. They saved me right away when we had that confrontation with those 3 delinquents the other day. That's not it. I have a favor to ask.
I want you to save Satoko from danger.
What happened to Satoko-chan?
Irie doesn't have that much power alone, even if he really wants to save her. But Takano controls the mountain dogs, so she does have that power. In my previous lives, I was never able to get help from the mountain dogs because I wasn't on good terms with Takano. But this world is different. I have a better relationship with her in this life, and she even kept the promise she made. I trust their ability completely now.
Teppei Hojo-san is back? That's horrible.
It was mainly Satoko's aunt who was abusing her last year, but Irie knows that her uncle was violent with her too. I told them that Satoko had gone back to the same condition she was in the previous year.
I don't know what will happen. I need you to help me save Satoko.
Irie seemed to want to do something for her, but he didn't know exactly what to do.
What shall we do? Shall we call the police and let them know?
I don't know about that. At the moment, it's not like anything serious has happened, is it?
But it's only a matter of time. Something bad is going to happen if we don't do anything.
I hate to say that it's only a matter of time. I knew how she was going to get abused and how she was going to end up. I've seen it in the past. I really wanted to tell them about it, but I couldn't do that. As it hadn't happened in this world yet, they'd just think I was imagining it. I think you should call the Child Consultation Center first.
I remember. Satoko-chan made a false report to the Child Consultation Center once. I wonder if they would take her seriously.
The answer is no. My friends contacted the Child Consultation Center several times in the past, but Satoko always refuses their help. She claims that she isn't being abused. The Satoko from 1983 might have asked for their help, but currently she was the Satoko from 1982. For her, living with her uncle reminds her of the time when Satoshi was around. She feels like Satoshi will come back if she can live strongly, without always relying on her brother. Even if the Child Consultation Center were to take the case seriously, it's just too late. I tried to remember. In the most recent world I experienced, it only took a few days after Satoko was kidnapped by her uncle. It only took a few days for him to tear her heart apart. We had no time to waste. We needed to take action quickly.
We can't really do anything unless she seeks help.
I think Dr. Irie can call the police, but that's about it. I'm very sorry.
That's not it! I want you to help her, Takano!
Irie and Takano looked shocked, and both went quiet. They didn't expect me to seek help from Takano.
You mean, you want us to take a much bolder action?
I'm here to ask for that. I wouldn't be here this late otherwise.
I understand, but...
Irie, if you truly cherish Satoko, then please just listen to me this once! Please save Satoko! In less than a few days, she'll really end up in horrible shape. That's already guaranteed. If you try and wait to see how things go, it will be no different than watching her die. Have you forgotten how Satoko was last year, Irie? She's already reverted to that state, right this very second. In a few more days, it will be too late to do anything.
All I could do was stare at him, believing that Irie could see the future only I knew, the tragic end awaiting Satoko reflected in my eyes. Irie remained silent for too long a time to call brief. Someone trying to think of some excuse to avoid the issue wouldn't go silent that long. He was recalling Satoko's terrible state last year, and seriously considering if my plea was as urgent as I made it out to be. I know that he really cares about her. That's why I need his help. What shall we do? Irie nodded and looked up. I guess he finally came to a conclusion. I just hope it's a positive one.
Takano-san, please do what Rika-chan wants you to do.
Irie!
I remember how helpless I felt when I couldn't do anything to save Satoko-chan last year. I want to take this chance and save her this time.
But Doctor... Takano didn't think that Irie would make that decision. She seemed shocked to hear his response.
I would like to ask you as the director of this clinic. Please help Satoko-chan.
Dr. Irie, what do you mean when you say to help her? Please calm down.
Satoko-chan is very important to us. She's greatly contributed to our research for a long time. Protecting her is considered one of your work orders.
Irie continued, though Takano tried to persuade him.
Kyosuke Irie is asking you, as your boss, please save Satoko-chan.
I stared into Takano's eyes together with him.
I thought you and Satoko were friends. Please help her as her friend.
Help her, huh? That's a hypocritical way of saying it. You're not telling me to kidnap her and lock her up somewhere safe. You want me to help her so that she can have a normal, happy life. In other words, you want her uncle dead, right?
You have the right to make the ultimate decision of how you're going to save her. But if you don't want to, I don't mind making that decision.
Dr. Irie. No. Section Chief. If we carry out your order, both you and I will be responsible for it. Are you sure you're ready for that? I looked at his face. Unlike me, Irie has many things to lose. I knew that Takano's words would shake him emotionally. However, Irie was determined.
Yes, that's fine. Even if I'm called forward to defend my actions, that's better than betraying my own heart.
An impressive show from someone who doesn't know what a hearing is like.
If you do it quietly, they may not find out about it in Tokyo. Everyone would be happy that way.
All risk and no reward.
If you want, I'll show you more treasures in the shrine. I'll never restrict you from seeing those things. So please, help me!
The risk she's taking is larger than the reward I'm offering, but that's about the only thing I can offer her. I don't care about the traditions of the Furude Shrine so long as I can save my friend from her suffering. Fine. I don't want to be the bad guy here. She forced a smile and accepted the favor I asked her for.
Thank you, Takano-san.
I want you to make the decision of how to save her. I'll have a meeting with Okanogi later to plan out the mission.
Not later. It has to be now.
She promised to save Satoko, but she still wasn't motivated for it. It'd be too late if she didn't do something right now. I tried to make Takano understand that this is an urgent matter.
That's right. Rika-chan and I want to see some kind of result right now. I'm sorry for asking you at this time, but can you please contact them now?
You guys are so passionate about her. Okay. It might take a few minutes.
Thank you very much.
No problem. It's an order from my boss. I'll do whatever I can. Just don't forget that promise you made, Rika-chan.
I promise. I'll even serve you some rice cakes and tea when you come to the shrine.
Takano smiled slightly and left the room. Once we finally heard her footsteps fade away, the tension in the room dissolved. Irie offered me something to drink, but I refused. He must have thought everything was taken care of, but I couldn't relax until Satoko was physically returned to me.
Irie, does she have enough medication with her? Her uncle will keep her locked inside the house, so she won't be able to come here for a while.
Fortunately, I gave her a stock of medicine and needles last week. She should be fine for a while. However, her mental state can't be controlled by the medication. If she gets too stressed, that can really cause some damage.
That will happen within a few days.
Takano hadn't come back yet. I thought that it would be bad news if she came back too early, but I started feeling nervous after she had taken so long. Irie insisted that I go home because it was getting very late. I couldn't go home and relax, however, until I had heard from her that everything was taken care of. I had to wait for her to come back. I needed to deal with this tension until then. Over an hour later, Takano finally returned. I'm sorry it took so long.
How did it go?
She was looking for the right words. I got a very bad feeling from her reaction alone. Unfortunately, it won't go as easy as we hoped anymore.
Why is that?
There was a murder case in Okonomiya not long ago. The police suspect Teppei Hojo of involvement in the crime, and they have him marked.
A murder case? What do you mean?
Some woman named Mamiya laid her hands on the Sonozaki family's earnings and was murdered to set an example. Apparently, the police have taken an interest in the relationship between the Hojos and the Sonozakis. Turns out that woman was Teppei Hojo's lover. Watanagashi is getting closer, too. The police want to prevent the fifth curse of Oyashiro-sama this year, so they've marked Teppei Hojo as the candidate for this year's victim and started casting their lines.
What do you mean by lines?
They suspect they can reel in the true culprit behind Oyashiro-sama's curse if they keep their eyes on Teppei Hojo.
So, you mean...
Rika-chan, I'm very sorry, but the mountain dogs can't do anything to him until the police stop spying on him.
No! I thought the mountain dogs could perform any mission, no matter how difficult.
That's only when we plan it out carefully with extensive preparation. Usually we take a long time to observe the target, and we look for the right opportunity. It can take between 6 months and 1 year for a mission like this. Remember, we're a secret organization. We must remain out of the spotlight. If our secret's revealed, everything is over. It's too risky for us to target someone like him.
Then when is the right opportunity coming?
It will be after Watanagashi at the earliest. After the festival, the police will stop watching him. But that would be too late. She's saying it would be after Watanagashi. I didn't even know if that was a day after or a year after. She also said it usually takes at least 6 months to prepare this kind of mission. That's too long. I thought this world was different, but that hope was slipping through my fingers.
So how can we save Satoko-chan?
I think it's best to follow the rules. We should report this to the police or the Child Consultation Center. We can even talk to the school.
I did that so many times, but it never worked.
Iria and Takano were surprised. They had never expected me to raise my voice. In fact, I didn't think myself that I would react this way. But I couldn't keep my emotions in check after Takano suggested all those meaningless solutions.
I've cooperated with you guys all this time. I never asked for anything and I just gave you my support. But now you can't save Satoko? With all that power you have, why are you so afraid of saving her? The police and public services are useless. You guys only take advantage of us and never actually help. Fine, I get it now. I know now that this world is nothing but a dead end. I'm not interested in you guys anymore. I don't care about this world anymore. That's right, I can never escape my fate. It's the same old fate that I keep repeating. You just burn to death in the mountains. You just take sleeping pills and commit suicide. I'll just die like I always do, too. I'll lose my life without knowing how I'm killed. This life is nothing but a dead end. I was born to be killed in this world. Die. Everyone die! There's no meaning to this world anymore.
I can't put words to my emotions anymore. And I started to cry. I was so lucky up until yesterday. I had so much hope in my heart. But it had all been for nothing. It felt like everything was falling apart. I've lived for more than 100 years. I've lived longer than a normal human lifetime. I thought I was blessed with good fortune for the first time in my life. This would never happen to me again. I thought a miracle had occurred, but everything was shattered. I cried and cursed this world. I needed to give up on my life as soon as possible. Satoko would be waiting for me with a smile in my next one. I wanted to go see her. But what would happen to the Satoko in this world? What would happen if I abandoned her? I didn't know. And I didn't care. Satoko, 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 Satoko. I'm a witch who's lived for 100 years, but I still couldn't rid myself of the human emotions in my heart. I didn't get anything to eat because Satoko was supposed to be making dinner tonight. But I didn't have an appetite anyway, so I figured I should just go to bed. I still had to make lunch for the next day, though. Satoko might come to school tomorrow. I rinsed the rice, hoping that I wouldn't have to waste the lunch that I was making for the two of us. I had to stop thinking like that. I already knew it was a waste to make her lunch. I already knew that Satoko wasn't coming to school ever again. I felt so miserable while rinsing the rice. The tears started dropping into it as I thought about her. Why was this happening in this world? I thought everything changed when Keiichi gave that doll to Mion. In that world, Mion pretended to be her sister for a week and got closer to Keiichi. But that wasn't happening this time.
I thought we would be having a good time until the festival. That's odd. Wasn't that club activity 2 weeks before Watanagashi? I had realized something. The club activity was exactly the same, but it happened 1 week earlier in the world I knew of. It was 1 week earlier than in my previous life. I get it now. I thought I was familiar with this world, but it was actually a different one where events are mixed up. That means that even though Keiichi gave the doll to Mion, that didn't solve everything. I thought I was getting lucky. I was confident that everything was going to be okay. I stopped making an effort. I knew that there was a possibility that Satoko's uncle was coming back, but I let her go do the grocery shopping. I would have been more careful and kept her home if I knew he was coming back to get her. I should be careful in my next life. But there wouldn't be a next life that was so fortunate. I didn't get lucky that often. Even if I had locked Satoko inside the closet, it would have been over if Rena's father messed up something, or if Keiichi lost his mind. I have to clear up everything that's not within my reach, and I also have to make the best effort I can. Without that, I can't overcome the fate of 1983. In this life, I may be able to overcome my deadly fate with Takano's help, but Satoko will not be there in my future. That defeats the whole purpose. My goal is to survive this year while laughing with my best friends. I don't want to sacrifice Satoko in order to survive. I don't want to live in a world without her. I was blessed with all those fortunes, but I still couldn't defeat my destiny. I ruined everything because I stopped working so hard. I will never again have a lucky life like this. I lost my first and only chance. I cried and scratched at the floor. I didn't know if I should curse my fate or curse myself for not putting forth enough effort. Before I realized it, Hanyu was standing in front of me. I didn't know how long she had been there. She just stared down at me with a look of pity on her face. Hanyu, I know what you're trying to say. You want to tell me that you told me not to get my hopes up. There's no way I wouldn't get my hopes up. With it being the first time that I was blessed with so many fortunate circumstances, I believed that everything would go well. But you were always telling me not to expect too much. She probably felt something strange at the toy store that day. She realized that the date was 1 week off, and this was not the same old world that I knew. She had realized early on that I still shouldn't be too excited about this life. I've been with you for a long time, so let me tell you this first before you ask me. I couldn't predict what fate held for us today either. The only advice I can give you is this. Fate in this world is as fickle as the weather, nothing more than a trifle unworthy of joy or sorrow. There are 6 sides on a die. That's the reality of it, and it doesn't mean that the 6 is the best number either. I should just take any number that I roll. I shouldn't be disappointed if I roll a 1 a few times in a row. It's pathetic how I thought rolling a 6 was the best result you could obtain. I still have many things to learn, even though I've been living for more than 100 years. I told you several times, but this world is not a miracle. If you wait patiently, you will come across a real miracle someday. How many decades am I supposed to wait patiently? How many centuries do I have to wait? We don't have that much power left anymore. I don't think we can go back to a time before June of 1983. The amount of times we can rewind keeps decreasing. You're telling me to just repeat that short amount of time for years? I almost lost my mind when I was repeating a few years over and over again. But you're telling me to repeat 1 or 2 weeks for years until the miracle happens? That's impossible. I was betting on this world. I bet all of my coins on this one world. And I lost. I lost all of my coins to this fate. I have no more coins left in my heart. These coins are known as hope. I have no coins left to hope for my dreams to come true. Oh, Hika. I lay on the floor as if I collapsed. The floor should have been cold, but I didn't feel anything. I lost all of my hope.
I always thought people could survive as long as they had some bread and water. But that's not right. People can't live without hope. People can survive because they believe something good will happen to them eventually, as long as they keep on living. But that's just for normal people who don't know what awaits them in their future. There's no such hope for a witch like me.
I don't care about anything anymore. I don't care about this life, and I don't care about the next. I just want to disappear and turn into ash.
Oh. Rika, please don't say that. Rika. Hanyu's voice gradually fades away. I slowly lost my senses as I lay down on the kitchen floor and let myself sink into the darkness.
God. It hurts.
I dragged my body to school, hoping that Satoko might be there. But just as I expected, there was no one sitting in her seat. I felt all the more devastated just seeing it empty. I had nothing left to bet on. All I could do was get hurt and suffer devastation. Blood flowed from my broken heart and found its way out through my eyes in the form of tears. Is something wrong, Furude-san? Is Hojo-san absent today? The whole class was wondering why I came in late today, and why Satoko wasn't with me. But even if I felt sympathy from everyone's eyes on me, I didn't feel any promise from them. No one here was able to save Satoko. No one. No one could save her. Why should I have to keep smiling at all these useless people? This world is finished anyway. If I leave matters alone, then a few days after the Watanagashi festival, my movie reel will be cut as I'm murdered like usual, and I return to the beginning of this month again. And so, I'll continue to live forever in June 1983. Trapped here. Even death won't set me free from that prison. Furude-san, please talk to me if something happened. Where is Hojo-san? Is she sick? Shut up. The whole class gasped. No one expected Rika Furude to talk like that. I myself made such blunt statements a few times in several past worlds, but it was always the first time anyone in that world heard anything like that. That must have been very easy for them, and I envied it. Furude-san? Chie was standing there, dumbfounded. I stood up from my seat. If Satoko wasn't around, I didn't want to be locked up inside of this humid place. I'm going home. I'm not coming here anymore. Goodbye. I felt like saying something like that. However, I retained the small hope that Satoko might go to school the next day, so I kept it to myself. However, Chie wouldn't let me go. She grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to the teacher's office instead. Chie told me to take a seat on the couch by the principal's office. She had no right to tell me what to do. I could just escape through the open window. As I didn't have that kind of energy, however, I sat on the couch as she told me to. I realized then that I didn't even have the energy to be rebellious. Maybe Satoko felt the same. She lost the energy to rebel, and so she was simply obeying her uncle. Furude-san, please tell me what's going on. I'm sure I can help you. Chie spoke to me, but I already knew that her words were empty. All she would do was call the Child Consultation Center. She would go to the Hojo residence and She wouldn't go to the Hojo residence and pull Satoko out of there. So there was no point in even discussing the topic with her. If I told her, she wouldn't keep it to herself. And shortly, everyone would know about what was happening with Satoko. That would only result in chaos. If they call the Child Consultation Center, the staff from there will go and visit Satoko. Her uncle will deny the abuse, and Satoko will also deny it because of the guilt she feels over Satoshi leaving. Shortly after, they'll find out about the false reports Satoko made before, and they'll decide not to proceed any further. Her uncle will allow Satoko to go to school for a few days, but his abuse will get worse because he'll think she was the one who called the Child Consultation Center. He'll do horrible things to her, just like her aunt did last year. Calling the Child Consultation Center will not help Satoko. It will instead put her in an even worse situation. It's better not to notify them at all. But if we don't report it, then how else is this world supposed to improve? No, nothing is going to change. There's nothing that can be done once this unfortunate fate overtakes Satoko. You say Hojo-san's uncle is back. Is that true? I had somehow answered all of Chie's questions without noticing. I knew that nothing would change whether I spoke to her or not, so I just told her everything, because I had no energy to rebel. I understand what's going on now. This is horrible. So, now that you know what's going on, what can you do? Chie answered right away without faltering, already used to my spiteful tone. I will visit her house today. I need to see Satoko-chan and talk to her first. Then, if there's a problem, you're going to call the Child Consultation Center, right? They have it on record showing that she made false reports in the past. They'll never do anything unless there's proof of abuse. They're just like the police, who don't start investigations until after someone's dead. They won't do anything unless Satoko is killed. When that happens, this is what both the school and the Child Consultation Center will say. We never saw this coming. She was such a bright girl. That just repeat the same words as if they were scripted. You people are idiots. I believe that the people from the center will do something about it. I will make sure to tell them that she needs help. You've done the same in previous lives, too. I wasn't denying her passion, but I couldn't say that there was any meaning to it. The problem wasn't with Chie. The problem was with them. No matter how hard Chie tried to seek help from child services, it meant nothing so long as they held biased notions about Satoko. It doesn't matter if they find proof of abuse or not! I suddenly heard a voice from the hallway. It was Shion's voice. Chie shouted, "Who's there?" and I heard Mion gasping, "Crap!" They must have been listening to our conversation. They were having a quiet discussion outside the door, but Shion accidentally raised her voice. She gets so violent sometimes. 4 people entered into the room from the hallway. Mion, Shion, Keiichi, and Rena. I told you to stay in class. Go back to the classroom. We can't. Not in this situation. What are you going to do if something happens to Satoko? Do you want to be responsible for that? There's no time to waste. We have to do something right now. My sis is saying that things will get worse unless there's some kind of proof of abuse, but it will be too late once there is. Do you want to see Satoko dead, Mion? Well, that's not what I'm trying to say. Like I told you, Satoko once made a false report to the abuse hotline, and they have the report of the at the Child Consultation Center. Without proof, they won't investigate her case any further. Just think about what that means. It'll only make her uncle more furious. Satoko's situation will get even worse.
What the hell? They're supposed to help her before something happens, right? Are they really not going to do anything unless she's seriously injured?
Calm down, you two. I feel the same as Shi-chan and Keiichi-kun. I don't want to wait until something bad happens, but we need to think about what we can do.
What can we do? Talk to the Child Consultation Center, right? If we had the guarantee they'd help her, it'd all be fine, but Mion, you're saying it's highly likely they'll put her case on hold, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what I think they'll do. Just like last year. On top of that, she was in an even worse situation then. They put her case on hold even though Satoko was already in horrible shape. By this time, it's only been a day since her uncle took her away. Plus, her uncle has legal custody of her.
We don't need to be so roundabout. All we have to do is ambush that bastard and kill him.
Shi-chan, you can't do that. Satoshi-kun wouldn't want that.
Then how should we save Satoko? Satoshi-kun entrusted me. He trusted me to look after Satoko. If anything happens to Satoko, I could never face him again. Having our hands tied until after Satoko's been thoroughly abused isn't an option. When a crime is taking place before your eyes, is reporting it the first thing you do? No, it isn't. You stop it. We have to stop this ourselves.
Calm down, Shion.
You are the head of the Sonozaki family, aren't you? Use your power to save Satoko. You can do it, can't you? You have enough power to save her. I know. The Hag's policy is to stay completely out of Hojo affairs because of her grudge over the dam conflict, right? No matter what happens to Satoko, the Sonozaki main branch intends to ignore it, don't they? If neither the Child Consultation Center nor the Sonozaki family can save her, I have to do it on my own. I'm going to do it. I'm going to kill that pig. I'm going to do it right now. It's not going to take more than 1,500 seconds for me to go to her house and stab him to death. What can you do in 1,500 seconds? You can't do anything, can you?
I'm going to do it. I'm going to help her. Let me go. I'm going to kill him right now. Shion-san, settle down. Stop saying that or you're going to get in big trouble. They were desperately discussing how to save her. I just sat on the couch and stared at them vaguely. I'd seen this same discussion many times in many different situations. I was tired of listening to it. The only difference was that everything was happening a few days earlier than usual. Rika. It's okay. I'm not gonna expect anything good anymore. I don't have any hope left in my heart. Anya made a sad expression. I couldn't tell if she was sad about our fate or if she was taking pity on me. Just as she promised, Chie went to Satoko's house after school. It had only been a day since Satoko's uncle took her away. She wouldn't be able to tell if he'd hurt her already or not. If the students hadn't made such a big fuss about it, Chie would have waited a couple of days before going to her house. She already knew, however, about what happened to Satoko the previous year. She also knew that her uncle was abusing her, just like her aunt, and that he had neglected to act as her guardian for the whole year. Considering those factors, it might not have been too soon for her to visit the Hojo residence. Satoko hadn't shown up in school that day. No one called the school to explain her absence. That alone was proof that her uncle wasn't taking responsibility as her guardian. Chie was going to her house to see what was going on with her own eyes. She parked the car in the street and checked the map she brought from the school. It said Hojo residence on the sign in front of the house. Chie was certain that this had to be the place. The window on the second floor was open, and she could see a curtain hanging there. From that window, she could hear the laughing voices of several old men. No one had answered the phone when she called right before leaving the school. She could also hear the clicking noise of mahjong tiles along with the voices. She had never played mahjong before, but she had a pretty good idea that it was from the way the men were talking. If they were playing mahjong, they must be 3 other men inside the house. Her students had told her that Satoko's uncle was a very violent man. Chie was a teacher, true, but she was also just a young lady. She felt hesitant to ring the doorbell after hearing their disgusting laughter. But courage drove her forward. She made her decision and rang the doorbell. She heard the bell ring inside the house, but the laughing voices continued to echo from the second floor. It seemed as though they didn't hear the bell. She rang the bell again, and this time their laughter stopped for a moment. Someone must have heard the sound, but soon after they started laughing again. It didn't sound like anyone was coming to get the door. She thought someone heard the bell, but perhaps not. Chie was sure they were home, of course. She couldn't leave because no one was answering the door. She knocked and yelled loudly this time. Hello? Are you home, Hojo-san? Finally, the laughter stopped, and a man with a scary look on his face opened the door.
Who the fuck are you? Shut up and get the hell out of here!
Chie felt intimidated by him, but her heart was filled with the teacher's pride and responsibility. Hello, are you Hojo-san? Before she could introduce herself, Teppei screamed at her.
Just shut up! I don't need no newspaper, no milk, no insurance. I'm busy right now. I'm working.
The people in the room laughed when he told her he was working. Chie wouldn't give up. She continued to speak. I'm the teacher at Hinamizawa Branch School. My name is Chie. Is Satoko Hojo-san here?
What the hell? What do you want with Satoko?
I came here because she didn't come to school today. I wasn't able to get a hold of her, so I'm wondering what happened.
Eh? School?
Yes. Is she home? I need to talk with her.
She's sick. That's right, she has a cold. Satoko's resting because she has a fever.
I need to give her some handouts. May I please see her?
Fucking idiot. Weren't you listening to what I just said? Satoko's sick! She's sleeping right now. I can't let you see her.
I see. Do you think she can come to school tomorrow?
Who knows? I won't know until then. You idiot.
I see. All right. Please tell her that I came by. Thank you. Chie bowed, but by the time she lifted up her head, Teppei was no longer there. When Chie returned to the school, several students emerged from the classroom. They were Keiichi, Rena, Mion, and Shion. Rika was also still inside the classroom, but she wouldn't come outside.
Chie-sensei, how did it go?
You went to Satoko's house, right?
You were all waiting for me?
Chie-sensei, how was Satoko doing? Was she okay?
Well, I didn't get to see her. What the hell were you doing? You're a teacher, right? You came back just because he didn't let you see her?
Stop it, Shion. That's about what we expected.
I'm sure Satoko has a bruise on her face by now. That's why he didn't want you to see her. You should have just ran into the house. I can't even trust you anymore. I'm sorry.
Stop it, Chi-chan. She did the best she could.
Now we know for sure. Satoko's uncle definitely has her locked inside the house.
We knew that from the start. Rika-chan has been telling you that all day today. We wasted just half a day to find out if that's true. How the hell do you think you can help Satoko?
Calm down. Let's make a plan. We care about her just as much as you do. We're not going to abandon her. Let's come up with a way to save Satoko.
I already gave you my opinion, didn't I? It's the best solution we have. I can handle it all by myself. I only need your help to hide his body.
Stop it, Chi-chan. Stop saying such violent things. Murder's a serious crime. It's the worst thing you can even think about.
Then give me a different idea. If my idea is wrong, then give me a different one, even if it's only a little bit better. Come on! Come on! See? You can't even say anything. I could save Satoko in 1,500 seconds. I'll just drag his body to the Onigafuchi swamp and dump him in there. I don't even need your help, sis. What's wrong? Why don't you come up with another idea for saving her?
That's not the point. If you try to figure it out by yourself, that's all you'll think of. Let me tell you something. 1,500 seconds? That's taking way too long. I would save her within 1,000 seconds. If I were you, I'd just leave here silently and do what I want to do. Do you know why I'm not doing that? It's because someone told me once that even if it's the only option you have, murder is still something that you should never do. It's not the right thing to do, and it's never the best thing to do either. You just think it's the best solution because you're not thinking properly.
A long time ago. I don't know who told me this, but someone taught it to me. If there's something that troubles you, you can't think about it all on your own. You can't think that your own solution is the best way to conclude things.
We should all think about it together. If we all brainstorm, I'm sure we'll come up with a better solution.
It's not about whether my idea is wrong or right. Just think about it. Every minute we waste puts Satoko in more danger. Do you hate the Hojo family that much? No one is supposed to help Satoshi-kun and Satoko no matter how much they're struggling? I'm going to help her. Get out of my way! I'm leaving right now! I'm going to stab that loser and save Satoko! No, Chi-chan! Chi-chan! You guys should curse yourselves. Curse your powerlessness. Fine, brainstorm for another idea. You'll never come up with one. Just go ahead and neglect her. You've never really cared about Satoko. You only think of her as someone you can play with. But I'm different. She's more than just a friend for me. She's like my family. I care about her more than you guys do. I'm going to go kill him now. Goodbye.
Wait a minute.
What is it? Are you trying to stop me?
Shion, you're not understanding even half of what Rena's trying to tell you.
What? I totally understand what she's saying. We can save her right away with just the little courage needed to murder him, but she's spouting hypocritical garbage to hide that fact.
Shion, do you think that Satoko would appreciate it? If you saved her by committing murder?
I'm not trying to seek her appreciation. I don't care what happens to me. Her happiness is all that matters.
That's not right. You're talking tough, but I know you're scared. In fact, you asked Mion to help you hide the body. In other words, you want to have a normal life after killing her uncle. You want us to all be happy, just like a few days ago. You want us to be back where we were. But if you murder him, we'll never be like that again. Do you think you can really commit a perfect crime? You'll be arrested for sure.
I'm prepared to face that. If I could end Satoko's suffering by doing time behind bars, I'd gladly pay that price.
No, that's absolutely not true! You would curse yourself, and I'd bet on that. You would curse yourself and regret it, wondering how you drew the short straw and became a murderer. Then you'd finally realize what you really wanted. It wasn't killing her uncle. It was returning us all to our happy lives. Your wish will never come true if you commit murder. Satoko will also curse herself. She'll blame herself, thinking she's the reason Shion became a murderer. In fact, who's going to force Satoko to eat her squash if you get locked up? Who's going to talk about setting up mean traps with Satoko? You're supposed to do those things. Shion Sonozaki, you have to be by her side at all times. Don't kid yourself. What you're trying to do is not for Satoko. It's just a huge mistake. If that's what you're saying, do you have any idea how to save her? You don't, do you? You're just such a hypocrite. I said move. I'm killing him. I'm going to kill him now. Keiichi blocked her way by standing in front of the door. Shion gave him a hateful glare, but he just sent her back a confident smile. I can't let you go, Shion. The world we all long for doesn't exist without you. I'm not gonna let you go. Is that so? That means you're siding with Teppei Hojo. You're just as guilty as he is. I'm going to bust your head open and kill you first. Hey! Don't be stupid, Shion! Quit it already! Shion-san, what are you going to do with that chair? Stop it! Put that chair down! He doesn't understand that I'm serious. I have to show him how determined I am. You better get the hell out of my way now! Shion, I admit that right now I have no better idea. But that's just for the moment. I'm sure that we'll come up with a better idea eventually. I guarantee it! I promise you that we're going to save Satoko. So please, okay? Trust your friends. If you're afraid of committing murder for Satoko's sake, you're not my friend anymore. I'm not going to tell you this again. Get the hell out of my way! Calm down and think about what you're saying! We will save Satoko somehow! Just trust us! Don't try and look for a shortcut! Trust your friends! Trust me! I, Keiichi Maibara, am going to save Satoko for sure! You can bet on it! Shut up! I can't trust you! What do you think you can do for her? Shion! Shion threw the chair at Keiichi. It hit him hard, and the chair fell to the floor with a loud noise. But Keiichi was unfazed, even after being struck. He just stood in front of the exit without even covering his face. Wait, he wasn't unfazed. A trail of blood was pouring from his forehead where the corner of the chair hurt him. That was nothing. You thought I would move out of the way? I'm not going to move from here even if you kill me. If I let you go, we might never see you again. Satoko will think about you every day, and her heart will be filled with sadness. If that happens, there won't be anything we can do to make her happy. It's gonna be a very sad life for her. I don't want Satoko to live in a sad world like that. The future that we want is a wild and riotous one, just like we had until a few days ago. Of course, I won't let Satoko's uncle threaten her any longer. I haven't decided how I'm gonna do it yet, but I will know soon. I promise! So please, just trust me. Shion wasn't yet convinced, but even so, she walked to the window and took her seat. Somebody rested a hand on Keiichi's shoulder. It was the principal. He'd been standing there and listening to him for a while. Principal. Well done. Chie-sensei, I heard what's going on.
I'm sorry for being so powerless.
I know it's only been a day, but I think this is an emergency. We should report this to the proper authorities.
But sir, she's called the Child Consultation Center before. They're not gonna help her anyway. It's just a waste of time.
Shion raised her voice. The principal looked at Shion and started talking.
Shion Sonozaki-kun, there's one word that I really don't like. Do you know what that is? It's what you just said. That anyway that came out of your mouth. That's the cruelest word, which means admitting defeat before you even fight. By the time you've uttered that word, you've already lost your battle.
I agree with him. I think we should try various options. Calling the Child Consultation Center should be the first on the list. If that doesn't work, we can try our second and third options. Don't give up before you try. That's just as bad as not helping her at all.
Principal, if you're reporting this, then you'll make sure to convince them that Satoko needs saving, right? Of course. Hojo-kun is my precious student. I'll do my best so that they'll save her.
They'll try to take action as quickly as possible, so if we call now, they should be able to get to her house later tonight. I hope they'll help her. But what if they put her case on hold? If that happens, we should come up with our next plan. As long as we don't give up, we can help her somehow. Whatever you guys say. Satoko is getting hurt as we speak. Who's the one abandoning her here?
Shion, I just promised you. We're going to save Satoko. Not by committing murder, but by saving her in a way that will make her happy. You just watch us. I, Keiichi Maibara, am promising you this.
Shion stared out the window without looking at Keiichi's face.
I'll try and figure out what the consultation center decides tonight. I'll call everyone when I do. I hope they'll take her into custody.
We can't be optimistic about this. I think there's a huge chance that they'll put her case on hold. What are we going to do if that happens?
If that happens, well, damn it. Chie-sensei, let's go to the teacher's office. We need to make this call.
Yes. We need to make sure that they really understand.
They left the classroom. Keiichi, Rena, and Mion got together and discussed their other options. Shion was looking down and crying. Rika was just vaguely looking at them as if staring at a boring TV drama. Nothing will change. The Child Consultation Center will put her case on hold. I've seen it so many times in previous lives. I almost hope that they'll take her into custody just this once, but I have no more coins left to gamble on a hope like that. In a previous life, Keiichi killed Satoko's uncle, but Shion was not there when it happened. When she is, I suppose she's the one who takes on that role. Their pathetic hopes will be crushed by tomorrow morning. The social worker will be at her house tonight, but Satoko will deny that she's being abused. Her uncle will assume that she was the one who called the service, and he'll abuse her even more. She'll come to school tomorrow because he doesn't want the Child Consultation Center to be suspicious of him. We will feel more and more hopeless when we see the dead look in Satoko's eyes. I've been living for more than 100 years, but I've never defeated this fate. The fate of her uncle's return. I was blessed with so much luck, and I thought I could defeat it this time. But in the end, it all came down to the same thing. It was a waste of energy to put in any effort. It was worthless. All worthless. The more I thought about this inescapable fate, the more I pitied these people for talking endlessly about how they were going to save Satoko. I can't remember when we're going to be stopping tonight. I don't think it's after this, but... that being said, if I am remembering correctly, I'll wait until we get to the specific line of text, but, just be aware that, like, when we have these tips about Tepe, particularly this one, if I'm not mistaken, those trigger warnings at the top become very relevant. Because, yeah, there's some, like, pretty dark shit touched on. I mentioned in the top on the content warnings that there is a very brief mention of sexual abuse. Please watch out for that. Wet blanket. Teppei returned to Hinamizawa to escape some trouble. He'd have to stay there for the rest of the summer, perhaps the whole year, and see what happened. For him, the house in Hinamizawa was a rather dull hiding place. His lover Rina had suddenly disappeared. Rumors had told him that she was involved with some dangerous deal. Some source even told him that she had already been caught and killed. Everyone he knew was aware that Rina was living with him. Everyone also assumed that he knew everything about what Rina did. They were convinced that he got money by tricking her into doing something, and as a result, some dangerous men came after him. That made it difficult for him to stay in Okinomiya. More than anything, it pissed him off to find out that Rina was cooking up something behind his back with some other guys. Hinamizawa was about the only place he could go. He couldn't go back to the house where he used to live with his wife, as it had been abandoned since he moved into Satoko's house. Besides, he didn't even have the key to his old place. But if he went to Satoko's house, she should still be there, and she could clean and cook for him, too. Teppei didn't know how to cook or clean, and he certainly wasn't thinking of learning. Rina had often been rebellious towards Teppei. He had often said that he wanted to be with someone more loyal, like a pet. For Teppei, Satoko was exactly what he wanted. As Satoko is still a little kid, yep, this is the line, she can't satisfy him sexually, but he can at least make her wash his back in the bath. Satoko's dead mother used to be a pretty woman. Satoko might grow up to be a pretty lady herself in about 4 or 5 years. Fuck this guy. I fucking hate this guy so much, dude. Teppei headed back to Hinamizawa with those indecent thoughts in his head. The house was locked, so he assumed that she was at the market for grocery shopping. He found her at the store and dragged her back home. However, the house was full of dust. She'd been living at her friend's house for the past year, and the house had been abandoned. Teppei exploded in anger. He told her that it was her responsibility to keep the house in order. He beat her and kicked her down to the floor. Eventually, Satoko's expression returned to what he remembered from 1982. Satoko started obeying him immediately and cleaned up the house. A new place to hide with a new girl. His new life was starting out pretty good. Teppei called his buddies to show off his new beginning and ended up playing mahjong with them. He bragged about his new pet and made her serve them food and drinks. He told her to walk on all fours like a real pet. She refused, but she obeyed immediately when he tried to hit her. Everyone was laughing, and they were all jealous of him. Teppei felt really good about himself. However, someone arrived to interrupt his peaceful life.
I'm a teacher from the Hinamizawa branch school. My name is Chie. Is Satoko Hojo-san there?
He'd thought someone was at his door to sell insurance or something, but it was a school teacher.
Huh? What the hell? What do you want with Satoko?
I came here because she didn't come to school today. I wasn't able to get a hold of her, so I'm wondering what happened.
Huh? School?
Yes. Is she home? I need to talk with her.
She's sick. That's right, she has a cold. Satoko's resting because she has a fever.
I need to give her some handouts. May I please see her?
You idiot. Weren't you listening to what I just said? Satoko's sick! She's sleeping right now. Can't let you see her.
This was going to cause him problems, Teppei realized. Satoko was just a pet for him, and he had no intention of sending her to school. But her teacher had shown up at his house just because she missed one day. This wasn't good. Teppei hates schools, and he really hates teachers.
I see. Do you think she can come to school tomorrow?
Who knows? I won't know until tomorrow, you idiot.
I see. All right. Please tell her that I came by. Thank you.
He was able to get rid of the teacher, but it would create more problems if he didn't send Satoko to school tomorrow. Teppei didn't need more trouble on his place. That meant he couldn't beat up Satoko like he wanted to. Violence was the only way he knew how to communicate. With that out of the picture, it was very difficult for him. He wanted to beat up Satoko, but that would leave evidence on her body. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to send her to school. And if she didn't go to school, the teacher would show up at his doorstep again. Shit. On top of all that, the Child Consultation Center paid a visit to his house that night. The teacher must have filed a report. That bitch, Teppei thought. Next time I'll beat her in the face so hard she'll need plastic surgery. Since Satoko was afraid of him, she pretended she was really sick when the social worker visited. It was so easy for Teppei to control her. He considered Satoko to be a convenient pet, but at the same time, he'd need to be careful of the consultation center.
Fucking hell, this ain't gonna work at all.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't this tip that we were gonna stop on. That being said, I could be wrong, so don't, like, completely hold me to it, but I'm fairly certain that, like, nothing sexual abuse related comes up again, and, like, you know, if usually I wouldn't like to, like, spoil quote-unquote, like, story events, but just to give you guys reassurance if this is something that, like, does actively, like, fuck with you. In addition to the subject not coming up again, Teppei does not do anything like that to Satoko. He does beat her. He does yell at her. That's all very bad. But he doesn't end up doing anything like that. It's just that he's thinking about it. He doesn't get that far. So, just, you know, going ahead and giving you that reassurance if that is something that you were possibly worried about having to see in the future. So. Anyway, hate that guy. Hate that guy a lot. I don't want any of the club members to go to jail, so I understand, you know, the move here, but, like, I'm just saying that if Teppei suddenly got struck by a meteor and exploded into a million pieces, I would not lose any sleep whatsoever.
Damn it! Why did she do that?
That's about what I expected.
Mion called me in the middle of the night. The social worker went to Satoko's house tonight after getting a call from the school. They had a talk with Satoko and her uncle. He told them that Satoko didn't go to school today because of a cold. He also claimed he didn't call the school because he didn't have the number. He explained that he spoke with Chie-sensei politely and that she just misunderstood his behavior. Satoko didn't really talk, but she never denied what her uncle was saying. So she said there's no abuse and that she doesn't need any help?
Yes. Satoko has always thought that her brother disappeared because she kept relying on him. That's why...
She thinks that she has to handle it on her own without seeking anybody's help? That's ridiculous!
According to the social worker, she didn't have any obvious injuries, so they think this isn't an urgent case. It seems that she's being fed and she has a place to sleep, too.
Shouldn't that be a given? Are you saying it's not abuse as long as she has something to eat and somewhere to sleep?
That's how they view it, at least. In some cases, people refuse to even let the social worker come inside the house. Just because they were able to talk with their uncle tonight, they determined that it wasn't urgent.
So after all that, they decided to wait and see. Bet Shion is disappointed.
Yeah. Just like how Satoko refuses to seek anyone's help because of Satoshi, Shion is also desperately trying to save Satoko because of him. She seems calm now, though, even though she's very upset.
I know this isn't the time for complaining, but where the hell did Satoshi go? His sister is in danger.
I have no idea where he is.
I know. I'm sorry. I was hoping that he would save her if he came back. But it's a waste of time to think about that. I can't hope for somebody else to save her. We're the ones who will.
That's right. We have to do what we can.
I'm impressed with the power of the Sonozaki family, though. You have information from the social worker already. You must have a spy in the center.
That's a national secret.
So, you know someone who knows a lot about the center? Did they give you any idea of what we should do next?
Well, I was advised to just stay calm and see what happens.
What the hell? Did you talk to them about the situation that she's in right now? Her uncle's locking her up and he's abusing her. Why should we just kick back and see what happens?
Well, Kei-chan, this is not my opinion, okay? I'm just telling you what I was told by my contact. See, it is true that Satoko didn't show up at school today, but it's just one day. It's not like she's been absent for weeks or months. We can't really deny the possibility that she has a cold.
But she's still being abused. You're saying that we should stay calm while she's being physically and emotionally harmed?
Wait a minute, Kei-chan. That's the whole point. We're concerned because we know what happened to her last year, but she wasn't hurt yesterday or today. We can't really prove if she's being abused or not.
She may not have a bruise on her body yet, but it's only a matter of time. Besides, isn't it abuse to force her to come back and live with him?
Remember what we were talking about at school? It's normal for a legal guardian to take in the child under their custody. We can't definitely say that it's abuse yet.
But we have to do something before it happens. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I knew that wasn't Mion's opinion, but it felt like she was telling me that, and I raised my voice. When I sensed her dismay, I quickly apologized.
I explained to my contact what happened to Satoko last year, but last year's case was resolved by waiting it out too.
Last year's abuse only stopped because of the fourth curse, right? It's not like the Child Consultation Center resolved it.
Still, either way, both last year and now, the Child Consultation Center doesn't think her case warrants that much urgency. It seems our opponent this time is that difference in urgency between us and them.
I see. We've done what we can. Now we need to come up with a plan B. We should have a meeting tomorrow, with all the fearless members of our club. We've gone through worse than this before. We'll save her for sure.
Yes.
As we spoke, I felt less angry about the decision that the Child Consultation Center made. It was something we expected anyway. I was being emotional for a while, but Mion wasn't taking it personally. She's usually a tough person, but I know that she feels very weak when something like this happens. I have to be more careful not to get too emotional with her. Our enemy was Tepe. I couldn't yell at my friends just because I was frustrated. I almost forget sometimes, but Mion is a girl. There's no way yelling at her without cause wouldn't hurt her. I think I have a tendency to lash out with my emotions sometimes. I definitely need to rein in that bad habit, especially during emergencies like this. All I could do by myself was probably the same thing Shion was suggesting earlier, but I knew it wouldn't make Satoko happy. We club members are fearless, but the power I possess is the smallest among us. That's why I needed to communicate with them. If we united, we should be able to come up with a better plan. I couldn't think of a plan all by myself. 3 heads are better than 1. We would definitely figure something out.
I'm gonna call Rika-chan now. Will you call Rena?
Sure. Rena was a good match for Shion today. She impressed me a lot. She's tough when push comes to shove.
Yeah. Rena is always reliable when we're in trouble. But you impressed me too, Kei-chan. You were kinda cool today.
I just kinda feel embarrassed now. That speech was a little corny, huh?
I'm hanging up now. I'm sure Rena's waiting. Give her a call, okay?
Yep. Say hi to Rika-chan. I think she's been hurt the most by all this. Rika-chan was looking at the ground with a depressed look on her face all day. My chest hurt just remembering it. It must be even more painful to look at Satoko. Mion hung up the phone. I also hung up, then called Rena. She picked up the phone after one ring, which surprised me. Hello, Rena? You were waiting for that call, huh?
Yes. I called you, but it was busy, so I didn't know what to do.
You called me when I was talking with Mion. She's calling Rika-chan now. She told me to call you. Let me explain to you what happened.
Okay. Is the case on hold?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm really upset, but that's what we expected. I can guess what they said. It's only been a day, so there's nothing definite. She may have missed school because she really had a cold today, plus she doesn't have any obvious injuries. Is my guess right?
Did you put a bug on my phone? Yeah, you got it exactly right. It's total bullshit.
It's only been a day is such a horrible phrase, isn't it? Especially since it'll be too late after he really hurts her.
If he really does, then Satoko's injuries will be plain for everyone to see. But if that happens, her uncle will never let any social workers see her. And then they'll just say they couldn't find any signs of abuse and go back to waiting again.
It's such a huge contradiction, isn't it?
Apparently they need court approval to force entry, but applying for that isn't easy. So while social workers may be supposed to have great legal power, in reality their hands are tied and they can't act if the family turns them away. They're not the police. They're not the ones who storm in even if they have windows to break windows to do so. Damn it. Then who does have the right to break those windows? If we did, I'd smash them right open. Anyway, they're not serious about this case. They have no idea what will happen to Satoko if we don't do anything about it.
I'm impressed.
Wait, why?
You just moved to the village not too long ago. You've only known her for just a few months. But you're so serious about saving her. You don't even know what happened to her last year. But you can imagine how hurt Satoko-chan is right now. If you were an ordinary person, I'm sure that you'd tell us, just relax, it's only been a day.
It's not that difficult to imagine how horrible it is for her. I also heard from you guys how terrible it was last year. It's no question that this case requires immediate attention.
That's still impressive. You stopped Shi-chan when she tried to leave the classroom. What you said there was pretty deep.
Do you think Satoko would appreciate it if you saved her by committing murder?
It's not something an average boy would say. In fact, sorry, but I thought you were going to say something like what Shi-chan suggested.
That's our Rena. She saw right through me to the core. To be honest, I was able to keep my calm because Shion caused that commotion. I too thought our only option was to kill him. What's there to hesitate about? Everything would be resolved if we went over and killed her uncle right away. I thought those same things to myself. And then I thought about how I would actually kill him. First, I'd assault him with a metal bat or something. But before that, I'd
Scope out his house and dig the hole to bury his body in ahead of time. When I imagined it, I envisioned myself actually digging the hole with the camping shovel in the woods. I repeated, "This is for Satoko, this is for Satoko," in my mind like a mantra, trying to forget the weight of the murder ahead. I relived that, exhaustion, and frustration. I could very clearly imagine myself standing there, soaking with sweat and covered in mosquito bites.
Then I'm sure I'd call her uncle or something to lure him out of the house and bludgeon him to death. Then I repeated my mantra,
"This is for Satoko, this is for Satoko."
blaming her for that serious crime as I tried to avoid my own guilt over committing murder. Did Satoko ask me to do that? Am I going to blame it all on her because I committed murder? Would she appreciate that? No, she wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to tell anyone that I had killed someone. No one would appreciate my deed, and I'd have to carry that burden for the rest of my life. That pathetic future is one I couldn't have imagined in the rush I felt before carrying out the murder. I decided to kill him so I could return us to happier times, but the act of murder also meant shattering the thin path that could lead us back there. I was able to imagine it that far ahead. That's why I didn't say it out loud like Shion did. If I hadn't thought that far, I probably would have joined Shion in shouting, "Kill him! Kill him!"
It would have been really hopeless if you had done that. I'm glad you have such a vivid imagination. I'm glad.
Was that really just my imagination, though? Did I imagine killing her uncle in my mind? Could imagination alone?
Really be that vivid?
I could smell the earth, taste the scattered dirt flying into my mouth, see the pebbles scattered as I shoved my shovel down, and hear the roots cracking from its weight. The image was so real, it felt more like I had actually done it in the past. That's right. It's important to imagine the consequences.
Right. You don't want to grow up with no imagination. I think you'll grow up to be a calm, reasonable adult, Keiichi-kun.
I wonder if that was only my imagination. I feel like I've been through a different life before.
People with good imaginations can take a look at every possibility. If you really felt like you saw the future, I think it wasn't just your imagination. You saw a possible future that could have happened.
In that imaginary world, the Child Consultation Center put her case on hold too. Satoko came back to school for a while. But she broke after only a few days. Satoko was bearing the abuse, but even something small would be enough to break her. Just like an old bowl that has a crack in it. One day that crack will eventually widen and the bowl will shatter. In my imaginary world, Satoko broke when I rubbed her head. She thought my hand was her uncle's hand. She pushed me away and hid behind the curtain and cried out for her brother, saying, "Nini, Nini."
Who told you that she called her brother Nini?
Huh? I don't know. I guess someone did. That's what she calls Satoshi, right? Anyway, it was devastating to hear her cry like that. I wanted to comfort her, but I couldn't even get close. She cried more as I walked closer to her because she thought I was her uncle.
You're amazing, Keiichi-kun. I can't believe that was only your imagination. That's exactly how Satoko-chan was last year. I remember it clearly, but it's impressive how you can imagine it, since you've only been here for a few months. You really are amazing. So that explains why you feel the same urgency we do.
So you feel the same way I do?
Yes. I can't imagine it as clearly as you have, but I think Satoko-chan will break in a few days if we don't do anything about this. I think she'll hide behind the curtain and scream for her Nini. That's when we'll finally realize something. It's not a crime to be powerless. It's a crime to do nothing. It's only in my imagination, but I'm crying as though it's happening right in front of me.
Rena can also sense how urgently we need to save Satoko. Not everybody feels that way, though. My friends all do, but they're special. And normal people like those at the Child Consultation Center see us as overreacting.
They have a point, though. We don't really have anything to say to back to them if they're going to claim it's only been at one day. It's just like getting a cold. Doctors always say, let's see what happens for a couple of days.
Rena, I think we should trust our instincts. We have no time to spare. We have to save Satoko now.
Yes. Even if I can't come up with a good idea on our own, together we can accomplish anything. When I was down and depressed before, someone told me the same thing. I think now's the time to come together and show people what we can do.
Yeah. I don't know who told you that, but that's exactly how I feel. It was strange. I've had this feeling ever since Rena told me this story at school. It felt like I, too, once learned a lesson after some event. But Rena and I only met recently. I guess it's just a coincidence. Anyway, I was so lonely inside of my imagination. I thought it was stupid for them to only sit and think about how they could save Satoko, and I made a selfish decision. But I eventually learned, just like Rena did. You'll never come up with anything good by worrying about something on your own. You have to talk to your friends. That way, they'll help you reach the best possible solution.
You said something when you stood in Chi-chan's way today. You told her to trust you. You said you didn't have any idea yet, but that you would find one soon. I'm going to trust you. I believe that you'll come up with the best solution.
Don't just rely on me. You can give me ideas if you have any.
Oh, that's not what I meant. I have faith in my friends at all times. I'm going to trust us. I know that we can save Satoko-chan, but we're not going to use a shortcut.
That's right. We'll save her from this mess. Keep on believing. I believe in us too. I will never think that I'm the only one who's trying to save her. I believe that all of us feel the same way. Let's have a meeting tomorrow. Chie-sensei might have new information too. We may not be able to come up with a good idea right away, but she might have something.
Yeah, you're right. I know that there's always another option.
That's right. We're not going to give up. There is a better way. I'm sure there is. We may not find it right away, but we'll never give up.
No, never.
Mion praised her for it too, but Rena really is strong in a crisis. I got a little emotional while I was talking with Mion, but Rena is different. Her fire is quiet and blue, so at first glance it seems lesser than my bright red roaring blaze, but the truth is the opposite. Blue flames burn far hotter. As I spoke with Rena, I felt my useless wild energy calming down so I could rationally search for the best solution. Through that, I felt Rena's strength, though apparently Rena felt similarly about me.
When I'm talking with you, I feel like I can accomplish anything. You're so strong and reliable. I feel more courageous when I talk with you. I feel more confident that we can save Satoko-chan.
I get calmness from you, and you get confidence from me. We balance each other out like that, huh? We're a good combination.
Mi-chan has a lot of power as a member of the Sonozaki family, but she has a very frail heart. But I believe that you and I can support her.
That's right. We have nothing to be scared of.
Yeah, I agree.
Talking to Rena made me feel very confident. If I can share that confidence with my friends, I'll never feel down and miserable ever again. I'm going to give my power to the other club members so we can fight even harder.
Rika-chan is really depressed right now. She lost her will to fight, but I'm sure she'll get that will back once she sees us working hard.
You're right. Once she gets her willpower back, nothing can stop us. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's talk about our plan and involve the principal too. We should get advice from as many people as we can. Let's find the best possible solution. That's the best thing we can do right now.
Yeah.
I got off the phone with Rena. That was a pretty passionate conversation we were having. It's unfortunate that the Child Consultation Center came to the conclusion they did. But if they could still decide to wait and see, then that proved that Satoko was still safe for now. We're no more than children. Worrying about it too much won't cause us to come up with any good ideas. Murder isn't a real solution. But I had to admit, I thought about it once. It's easy to burn up in a rage. However, I'd have to stay calm like Rena. She was still burning up very calmly, with blue and quiet flame. I'd never seen anything like that before. Keiichi, go take a bath already! Hurry up! I heard my mom speaking to me. You can go ahead of me, Mom! I needed more time to think about what to do with Satoko. Everyone else was probably doing the same.
You should go first. There's bath salt from real hot springs in there. Feels really good on your skin.
I don't think there's bath salt in real hot springs.
Milk tastes so good after a bath.
My dad seemed to be in a good mood. He probably finished his work. He's as scary as a bear when he has artist's block. Maybe my parents could help with an idea. They're the closest adults to me, after all. Should I talk to them? Stupid question. I had no reason not to. I'd have to talk to them and seek some advice. Dad, I have something I want to talk to you about.
What's this all about? Is it the auction at the coming festival? You have my full support. Speaking of which, when's the next festival committee meeting? They called me to participate, too. I'll have to mark my calendar.
Oh, it's not about that. My classmate is in trouble. As I talked about Satoko, my mom joined us and listened as well. My dad's a strange artist, but my mom is a normal person with common sense. She might be able to help. I just got a call and found out that they put her case on hold. We're wondering about what we should do for now. They already called the Child Consultation Center, so you should just let them take care of it.
But she was being abused last year, too, right? I don't know how bad it was, but I think it's wrong for them to force her out to move out of her friend's place.
He was neglecting her for a year, after all. We can't just wait and see what happens just because the consultation center said to. We're her friends, so we want to be more aggressive about saving her. But we have no idea how we can do that. Keiichi, don't even think about attacking him. I'm not. I wouldn't talk to you guys if that was on my mind. That's true. I thought you might ask us how to commit a perfect crime. Hey, I would never ask my parents something like that. I think.
Keiichi, you're right. There are many battles in this world, but it's always important that you follow the rules. And people won't help you if you're going to break them, and they won't respect you either. You have to fight according to the rules. Are there even rules for battles? Well, anyway. Do you have any ideas? My parents have been alive for more than twice as long as me. They must have had some experience with things like this. I'm so glad that y'all are getting Keiichi's ass for that one in the chat. Bro is lying. They must have had many good ideas. At least, that's what I thought. But they crossed their arms and went silent. Calling the Child Consultation Center is the first thing that you should do. But what do you do if that doesn't work?
Do you think we can even rely on the law? Do you think the police won't do anything until Satoko is seriously injured?
I think you have to make an appeal.
Appeal? What, you mean sue him?
That's not it. The Child Consultation Center is supposed to take care of child abuse cases. But if you're unsatisfied with the decision that they make
an appeal to the court? Keiichi, you go to the court when you can't resolve an issue with the person you're dealing with. It's the final place you go to.
You want the Child Consultation Center to protect Satoko-chan, right? But they made a decision that you disagree with.
And?
We need to make an appeal to the Child Consultation Center. If we're unsatisfied with the decision that they made, we can simply go and tell them that. We need to go there and explain to them how serious this case is.
Yeah, that sounds good. They have no idea what situation Satoko-chan is in right now. Since they've misunderstood what's going on, we have to go there and make it clear.
I see. That's the best approach. I don't know about that. I've heard that they never change their decisions once made. It might just be a waste of time.
We don't know that until we try. Giving up before even trying is what losers do. We have to try everything we can. Remember what the principal said? We'll fail if we give up before even trying. Shion, your fire is blazing bright red, ready to do whatever it takes, even if that's acting hasty to save Satoko. But truly hot fire is blue and calm. Don't give up. We should do everything we can. What do you think, Chie-sensei? Am I wrong?
No, you're not saying anything wrong. You've calmed down a lot. I was concerned for you because I thought you might come up with an idea to attack him in the dark.
That's what my mom was saying. Is that how people perceive me?
I thought we should wait and see what happens. But after hearing everything all of you have said, and thinking about what happened last year, I now understand that this is an emergency situation. People can change their minds if you're persuasive enough. The Child Consultation Center might change their mind too. They might reverse their decision if you succeed in making an appeal.
What do you think, Shi-chan? You should fight with us rather than thinking about it alone.
I'm not feeling lonely. I'm not sad because I'm all alone.
You do sound awfully sad, actually. Maybe you do want to join us?
Whatever. Fine then. Let's just go to the Child Consultation Center. I'm going to punch them in their faces if they don't do something.
That's not a good idea, but I feel your passion now. I guess you calmed down after getting some sleep.
I'm just serious about this is all. Anyways, let's go and make it happen. I know where the Child Consultation Center is. This old man didn't know until recently, but it's on the first floor of the library.
Mion grinned and showed us the location on a city guidebook. She's really prepared for this.
The office is open until 5:15. Don't try to pick a fight with them. We have to stay calm. What? Are you talking to me, sis? Who do you think I am? I'll cry if I have to. Our goal is to make them change their mind.
That's it, Shi-chan. I think we can make it if we leave right now.
It was past 3 o'clock. We'd make it before they closed if we rushed there on our bikes. But they're strict about the time, aren't they? They might kick us out as soon as it's time to close.
The door will close on time, but once we're inside, they'll never kick us out. Listen, make sure you don't give in when negotiating with these officials. Officials are surprisingly tough, but unlike private citizens, they're not allowed to end the discussion on their own. So when you feel like you can't get anywhere by continuing the discussion, don't give in. You have to dig deep and make sure they listen to everything we have to say.
How do you know all that, Mi-chan?
Who do you think I am? I represent Orio Sonozaki, member of the Mayor's Social Gathering and Local Government Monitoring Committee. I speak to government officials all the time.
Hey, Mion. Is it possible to save her using the influence of the Sonozaki family?
Well, not if I have to go through Granny. It's impossible to get help from her. Her mind is still stuck in the dam conflict. 100 million with one spirit and stuff like that. She hates the Hojo family to this day.
You're talking about Satoko's parents who were for the dam project? I've never met your grandma, but she needs to learn how to forgive. It's a thing of the past now.
Exactly. I agree with you, Kei-chan.
So the Sonozaki family can't do anything about it?
Yeah, we can't. I'm sorry. Old people are so stubborn. They cherish Rika-chan, but they don't care about Satoko.
That's horrible. I can't forgive Satoko's uncle for aggressively abusing her, but I'm not about to forgive other people for quietly abusing her either. Tell those people not to piss off Keiichi Maibara.
I'll do that. Shall we go now? We have no time to waste.
All right! We better hurry. Let's get going!
Do you want to come with us, Rika-chan? Let's go.
Rena spoke to Rika-chan, who had been avoiding all conversation. She seemed to have given up all hope yesterday. It was so painful to see her so depressed.
It's just a waste of time anyways.
You have to stop saying anyway. You don't know if it's a waste of time or not unless we try.
You people did everything you could in your previous lives.
but you never found a way to save her. You think this time will be different?
Sometimes I really had no idea what she was saying. All I could tell is that she was being negative about the situation.
Have you tried going to the Child Consultation Center already? Then we should try. Satoko-chan is important to you, isn't she? We have to try and see what happens. I'm sure Satoko-chan needs your help right now.
This world is going to end soon anyway. What's wrong? We have to hurry up.
Rika-chama doesn't seem to be interested. So much for friends. She's so close to Satoko, but she won't even get off her butt to save her.
I never thought I'd hear you say something like that. You used to hate her so much.
What? Is your brain working alright? Why would I hate Satoko?
Never mind. Fine, I'll come with you people. I have nothing to do at home but drink until I pass out anyway.
You're pissing me off. Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Stop it, Shi-chan. You stop it too, Rika-chan. Let's get together and save Satoko-chan. I'm sure we can make a miracle happen if we work together. But we need everyone to come together. We can't leave any one of us behind. We need to work too. We need you too, Rika-chan.
Something that Rena said must have given Rika-chan motivation. I could see a slight sparkle in her eyes. Rena had said something interesting. She said that we could make a miracle happen. It's the same thing I said when this world began. Oh no, wait. Did we switch back to Rika? Yeah. At that time, I said I could make a miracle happen, but I didn't say how. Oh no, wait. Or maybe that was Keiji, actually, yeah. I was just surprised by his phrasing on when this world began. I was like, what did you mean? But Brenna just clearly stated that. Or it... God. Or it could be Rika, sorry. I don't mean to get so confused. It's just hard to tell sometimes with the switching POV.
We can make a miracle happen if we work together. Yes. Miracles can happen when we work together. And what if there is no miracle? That means we haven't tried hard enough. If we all do the best we can, a miracle will happen for sure. That's true. Ryugu-san is right. People get stronger when they help each other. You can overcome any obstacle when everyone works together.
Yep. Hinamizawa was fated to be submerged underwater, but 2,000 people got together and brought an end to that destiny.
Bring an end to destiny.
As villagers of Hinamizawa, we all know that miracles do happen. We'll win if we work hard together.
I think you have no choice but to come with us now, Rika-chama. If you don't come, a miracle won't occur. Your absence will prevent it from happening.
So it's going to be my fault. That's interesting. A miracle is something that we can make happen, but we need everyone's power to make that come true. Destiny can be defeated. Fate can be escaped from. This can happen with a miracle. A miracle can happen if we unite. Rena told me yesterday, you'll never come up with a solution if you think about everything by yourself. We have to talk this out together. Don't let fate get the better of you. It's as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. How can he say that without knowing how stubborn fate can be? To me, a witch trapped within this fate. But for some reason, his words sounded very persuasive. He easily changed my fate to play the fishing game. In my previous life, Keiichi saved Rena from her devastating fate. As fragile as a thin sheet of paper? He's saying that the world I've been struggling in for 100 years is that easy to change? Keiichi had made a fool out of me. Interesting. I'll go with you. That's more like you, Rika-chan.
Hell, Rika, are you sure?
Hanyu looked at me with concern. She wanted to warn me that I'll get hurt if I expect too much. I don't have any coins left to bet. I don't have anything to lose. This world is ending soon anyway. But it was the same in my previous life. I thought all was lost when Rena took over the school. But Keiichi turned everything around. He's saying that fate is as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. I've given up on this world anyway. But I'm interested.
Fate will betray you anyway. I'll get hurt as I see it happen to you.
Don't worry.
I'm not going to get depressed anymore. I have no tears left to shed. I know that they can't save Satoko no matter what happens. That's why I'm doing this. It's the first time we've ever gone to the Child Consultation Center.
Keiichi can't make any miracles happen.
Hanyu spoke to me in a stern voice. Miracles are called miracles because they don't happen easily. If it can happen at any time, it's not a miracle. It's just something that was meant to be. I'm not expecting anything. I'm just interested. I'm curious how Keiichi is going to make his move after saying how easily he can change fate.
Rika, please don't hurt yourself anymore.
That's none of your business. Get out of here. I wasn't expecting anything. I was just trying to enjoy my last week alive, like watching a TV show. But I had to admit I was possessed by a strange feeling. It was a little bit exhilarating. I was nervous, as if anticipating something. I'd felt the same way when Keiichi remembered the memories from the past in my previous life. I didn't have any coins left to make a bet, but I knew that what this feeling meant. If I had a coin left in my heart, I'd bet everything on this feeling.
If it doesn't work out after trying every option, we'll have no choice but to give up.
There's no need for us to give up. Satoko is going to be saved. You'd better prepare a clean blanket for Satoko. She's coming back to you soon. And I'd feel bad if she didn't have a soft bed waiting for her.
I like that, Keiichi. Well then, let's go. You might tear apart fate like a thin sheet of paper after all.
Yeah, right now I feel like I could take on the ruler of hell. I'm gonna make them change their decision.
I stood up from my seat. Keiichi is a very good speaker. That's why I never get bored with him. I've been with him for 100 years, but he still keeps me entertained.
We're gonna go to the Child Consultation Center now. You wanna come with us, Chia-sensei?
I'm going to talk to the Board of Education. They're under the same branch of government as the Child Consultation Center. It might help if I talked to them. After all, I'm working for the public, too. That's true. They might listen to what you have to say.
Let's have her take care of that while we take care of our business. Let's fight them.
All right, let's go, everybody.
Yeah! Even knowing that everything is doomed, part of me felt like something good might happen. Hanyu told me that it was only a waste of time. I felt the same way until a few minutes ago. But I had become much more interested. I had no idea what would happen. I wanted to see how Keiichi was planning to defeat this destiny. I raised my fist in the air along with them and hurried to the exit. As for Satoko, she didn't come to school again today. Teppei called the school and told them she still has a fever. He said that he's going to keep her home for a few days until she gets better. Chia said that she thinks Teppei knows she called the Child Consultation Center. He must be worried that Satoko will rat him out if he lets her go to school. I don't want to think about it, but it's possible that Satoko has visible bruises by now. That could also be why he won't let her go to school. Everything was happening much earlier. Satoko's situation was worsening earlier than it did in my previous lives. All right. Guys, let's make it happen. Let's get out there. Don't let up. You'd be surprised how vulnerable government is to people literally just refusing to shut up in their ear.
How long are they gonna make us wait?
Those people seem to be free. They should let us talk to them.
Those are just general office workers. We have to talk to the actual social worker responsible for the case.
I wonder if they're busy because they have a lot of cases like this.
I don't know. I wish they didn't have so many issues to deal with.
This world is tragic. So many kids are being abused.
After 30 minutes, they finally called my name. I wrote down my name at the registration, as Mion can't let them know that she's from the Sonozaki family. It's back to Keiichi.
I'm Maibara. My name was called. I went to the receptionist to find a uniformed old lady. She must be one of the office workers Mion mentioned. Was she really going to be the one dealing with us?
Hello, Maibara-san. I see you're here with 4 other friends. How can I help you today?
The only thing I wrote on the registration was that I wanted to talk about Satoko Hojo. Well, We're here to talk about Satoko Hojo's case. Chie-sensei from the Hinamizawa branch school called and made a report yesterday. We'd like to discuss the case.
Are you her friends?
Yes. We're her classmates.
Would you please give me a general summary of what you wish to discuss?
I heard that you guys put a hold on it because you determined there wasn't any abuse happening. So we've come here today in order to explain Satoko's situation in more detail.
I see. Please wait a few more minutes.
That was it from her then. A real social worker should be coming here to talk with us. She was just asking us basic information. With that done, she was talking on the phone and explaining to someone what I had just told her.
What did she ask?
She asked me why I was here. She told me to wait for a few more minutes.
I hate waiting like this. Are those posters and advertisements you've been reading that interesting me?
I see lots of flyers about abuse. I guess we came to the right place.
Report the abuse before it escalates. Check out that slogan. Check it out.
There's a bunch of posters with slogans like that in here. Guess that's what the Child Consultation Center's for.
Is it any help if it's inside the building, though?
Rika-chan was right. They should be posting them all over the city, not just inside the building.
Maibara-sama, thank you for waiting. Please go to room number 2.
It's our turn now. Let's go! As we walked, we soon saw rooms numbered 1 through 3. Thought we were going to be talking at the counter like you do at the bank. But they have individual rooms.
Guess it's for privacy reasons. Most of the people who come here don't want other people listening to their conversation.
But I think abuse might be increasing because people try to keep the issue quiet.
People tend not to talk about their family issues.
Room number 2. It's this one. As I knocked, I heard the voice of a man telling me to come in. Hello. It was a very small room. Well, I should say it was narrow. It wasn't wide, but it was very long. There was a counter in the middle which split the room in two. The man was sitting on the other side of the counter. He told us to take a seat, but there were only 2 chairs. I sat down since we registered under my name. Mion wouldn't sit because she felt that the Sonozaki sisters shouldn't be in the front. Rena tried to offer the seat to Rika-chan, but she refused too, so Rena ended up taking it. It was such a tiny room that it was better for us to take a seat. It was very cramped with the 5 of us. I'm sorry. We usually expect to see the parents, so we only have 2 chairs. I understand that. So, how may I help you today? Should I do the talking? Well, we're students from the Hinamizawa branch school, and we're Satoko Hojo's friends. The school reported that she was being abused at the Child Consultation Center, and I believe that a social worker went to her house last night. We heard that you put a hold on her case. We're here today so that we can explain to you how urgent the matter is. Mio nodded. It seemed like I was doing okay so far. What are you trying to explain to us? Will you please tell me? Well, I know it's only been 2 days since her uncle took her away, but it's only a matter of time before he starts hurting her. In fact, Satoko suffered terrible abuse at the hands of her uncle last year as well. We believe it's only a matter of time before that happens again. So we'd like for you to save Satoko from her uncle before it does. But from what we understand, the Child Consultation Center's decided to wait and see, right?
Are you going to neglect her? I can't believe that you left her there just because she's not getting physically abused. Who's going to be responsible when she really gets hurt?
Shion probably didn't like how politely I was speaking to him. She was already flaring up with rage at the social worker. It looked like Mion didn't want her to tear into him. However, she let Shion finish, as she'd get even more furious if we tried to stop her. The man seemed to be used to people losing their temper, and he continued without reacting to Shion's outburst. I'd like to make it clear that we're still working on her case. The results are still pending. We're not abandoning or neglecting her. Working on her case. They're not abandoning her. They're currently reviewing options, I suppose? While their mature phrasing made me start to think that it might be rude and harsh to say they were abandoning her, Rena quietly opened her mouth.
But you left her there without doing anything last night.
No one can ever fool Rena. Taking their time to review options was the exact same thing as abandoning her. The fact is, they left her in that house without taking any actions to prevent her from being abused. We sent a social worker to her house and they met with her guardian. We cannot talk about the case any further for privacy reasons. However, we're not neglecting her. We're going to look after her and her father so they can have a healthy life together.
He's not her father. He's her uncle. Are you sure you really did an investigation?
Excuse me. You're correct. They're uncle and niece. Anyway, we'll be directing them so guardian and child can form a healthy relationship. Shion had pounced on his mistake immediately. I didn't think she needed to be so snappy, but at this point I was starting to understand how different their sense of urgency was from ours. Well, excuse me, but Satoko was living a happy life before, without any support from her uncle. First of all, her uncle disappeared from her life a full year prior, and now he's returned and kidnapped her away. Isn't that a crime? It wasn't a kidnapping. It's the law that a child must live where their guardian appoints them to live. According to Article 821 of the Constitution, the legal guardian of the child is...
He neglected Satoko for 1 year. How can he still be considered her guardian?
Shion, that's what the court decided when her parents died of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Are you serious? That guy is her legal guardian? Yes. I don't know what the specific article of law it's written in, but minors must abide by their guardians. In other words, every child has a guardian. They have to have one. That's Article 818 of the Civil Code. When Satoko's parents died, her uncle and aunt automatically became her guardians? Yes, the closest relatives get custody. It seems her aunt and uncle were Satoko's only relatives. If Satoko and Satoshi refused them, they could have had a different guardian, though.
But they were the children of the Hojo family, the enemy of the dam conflict. No one was going to take care of them. They were different from Rika-chana. Lots of people wanted to be her guardian, but Father Kimiyoshi got custody of her.
I knew that the Hojo family was in favor of the dam project, and the whole village hated her family for that reason. But I thought everything was over after they canceled the project and Satoko's parents died. Was I aware of the difference? The difference between how the villagers treat Satoko and how they treat Rika-chan? The villagers don't abuse Satoko like her uncle, but maybe there were small thorns left in the village, and they were stinging Satoko occasionally. I can't say this too openly, but Satoko's family had more assets than her uncle's, and by becoming her guardians, they gained control over those assets. That's why they shamelessly took over Satoko's home. Do you know where they used to live? It was this ridiculously tiny place.
That's horrible. But this guardian neglected Satoko-chan for over a year, right? Can he still claim custody of her? Can he?
Well, in Part 4, Chapter 4 of the Civil Code, there are provisions for the loss of custody. The man opened a thick book on the counter and showed us that page. I didn't completely understand what it says on there, but it seemed that a parent can lose custody when they're being irresponsible.
So the law can take away the right to be someone's guardian.
Wait a minute, it says something about court. Let me see.
At the behest of the child's relatives or a public prosecutor, the family court may make a ruling for the loss of parental authority. What the heck is this? So we'd have to sit around and wait for a family court's ruling before he can lose custody? That's too slow!
Well, if something urgent happens, we can temporarily protect her under our custody. We'll also need approval of the family court in that case.
Here, Article 834 for loss of parental authority. Doesn't this apply to Tepe Hojo? It's a fact that the guardian Tepe Hojo abandoned his responsibilities as a guardian for over a year. What's the center's opinion on that?
I can't answer for privacy reasons, but the center requested an explanation on that matter as well.
And you accepted his explanation, so you decided to wait and see?
Like I've mentioned, we're currently working on this case. The safety of the child's our number one priority, and we'll make sure that she will have a healthy lifestyle in a safe environment. We weren't on the same page at all. They just weren't understanding the urgency. I've never met this Tepe guy. I only know about the situation based on what my friends told me about last year, and what Chea-sensei told us. But I still understood very well. I understood that something really bad was going to happen if we didn't take any action right now. She was being abused by her uncle and aunt last year, too. Are you sure that the same uncle can take care of her? You still have the records from last year, don't you? I can't discuss her past record with you for privacy reasons, but we're taking everything into consideration.
She didn't come to school yesterday, and she didn't come today either. He called the school and told them that she has a cold. But don't you think it's a bit odd that she hasn't come to school since he showed up?
That's true, but she really might be sick. I think we should keep our eyes on her and see what happens.
We just know that Satoko doesn't want to be with her uncle. Her uncle is forcing her to stay with him.
Our social worker spoke with the child and made their decision after doing so.
So that's it, isn't it? Are you not taking this case seriously because she made a false report long ago?
I cannot talk about that for privacy reasons. We're taking everything into consideration. Satoko was telling you that she's not being abused because she feels guilty about her brother, Satoshi. She may have told you that she's not being abused, but I don't believe that statement.
Do you know that people can lose the will to seek help when they have depression? Stop making excuses and hurry up and save Satoko! I'm not going to forgive you people if something happens to her! You'll end up hurt if you don't do something about this while I'm still asking politely. Stop it, Shion. You're making us look bad.
I don't know what her uncle said to the social worker, but he's a violent guy. Please don't be fooled by him. I just wanted to make that clear.
So please, speak with her social worker and persuade them to make the call to save Satoko at least at once. We ask that you do this for us.
Some of us were getting emotional, but Mion calmed them down, and Rena summed it up nicely. I stopped speaking to see what she was going to say next.
Oh, wait. I thought they said that the social worker in the room was a man. Up until this point. Maybe I misread? Or was he talking about Rena there? Well, why change it now? Yeah, I'll just keep doing the voice. It's fine.
You mean her caseworker? I understand your concerns. I'll tell them that Satoko-san's friends, 3, 4, 5 of her friends came here and made an appeal to us. We'll continue to work closely on this case, so please let us know when you have further information. Thank you for supporting the Child Consultation Center. And thank you very much for sharing your valuable time with us today.
Oh, yeah, it might have been 2 workers. That's true. But yeah, fair enough. Doesn't matter.
We were still in Okinomiya. We were in the city park, devoid of playing children, staring vacantly up at the madder red sky in silence.
I feel like they didn't really listen to our story.
But they also didn't try to kick us out. He's probably just a person who deals with complaints, not the actual social worker that deals with Satoko-chan. That's why he was phrasing everything the way he did.
Okay. Yeah.
What did you think about the whole thing, Mion? Well, it felt like we were wrestling with a tree. We didn't get pushed or pulled.
So it was the same as talking to a wall.
And that's not true. He said that they'll forward our information to the social worker. Like I said, he doesn't know Satoko-chan in person, so he didn't really have any stake in it himself.
So you think we accomplished something today, Rena?
I don't think it was a waste of time. But I don't think our passion will be understood by the actual person who's working on the case. He'll just tell them that Satoko Hojo's 5 friends came and requested for them to take her under their custody.
What about the social worker? Can't we talk to that person directly?
I don't know. I heard it's a very tough job. I think it'd be difficult for us to meet him or her in person. Someone even threatened to hurt them if they didn't do anything while she was still asking them politely. According to Mion, there are a lot of problematic clients who show up at the Child Consultation Center. It's not a rare thing for them to get an aggressive visitor like Shion.
It's so difficult to tell them how passionate we are. They might treat us coldly if they took our passion for simple anger.
I thought you were used to talking with government officials, Mion. Can't you talk to them instead of me?
It's not that she's good at talking. They just listen to her because she's Mion Sonozaki. You saw how they treated us today. If she announced herself as a Sonozaki, we wouldn't be in such a small room. We would have been speaking to the manager in a reception room. Right?
Mion gave a vague smile and didn't comment. Mion's greatest weapon is her family name. Without that weapon, she's just as ordinary as the rest of us. I shouldn't be thinking about this, but if the Sonozaki family forgave Satoko's family, it'd be really easy for them to save her.
So, the Sonozaki family still hates the Hojo family?
No one has publicly stated that we hate them, but it runs pretty deep.
That hag of a grandmother is the one who hates the Hojo family. Her opinion hasn't changed since we were in the middle of the dam conflict. It's been so many years, but she still can't let go of the past.
Stop it, Shi-chan. Satoko-chan is Satoko-chan. She's our precious friend. It doesn't matter what her last name is.
Shion went quiet, and there was a silence for a while. Rena was right. Just like how Satoko's last name doesn't matter, it doesn't matter what Mion's last name is either. The important thing is that our friend is being abused right now. We'd have to do everything we can to save her from the situation. We all looked up at the sky as we listened to the sound of cars passing by. We all felt hopeless. We had no idea what to do. Was what we did today going to help Satoko at all?
It would have been better if they just kicked us out. That way, we could have been angry with them. But after being treated politely like that, we had no choice but to back off and see what they were going to do. We were forced to just wait and see what happens. Everyone was trying to figure out what our next option was. I couldn't expect Chie-sensei to tell us that everything was taken care of at the Board of Education. That would be too good to be true. What shall we do next? I muttered it to myself, hoping that someone would respond with a good idea, but the silence reminded me that everyone was just as stuck as me.
Keiichi.
Rika-chan. I'm sorry. I was running my mouth off, but I have no idea what to do now.
I don't believe this.
What? As I looked at her, I realized that the expression on her face was stronger than ever.
You told Shion yesterday. You didn't have a good idea at the moment. But you said you would figure out something. You told her to trust you. So I trusted you. I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to believe that you would even mention that you have no idea. I'm not going to believe that.
I could see tears in her eyes. Rika-chan was sure that I could do something about the situation.
You said it. You said that fate is as fragile as a thin piece of paper. I'm going to believe your words. I still believe you, because you can easily defeat fate. So, please help. Help us escape from this fate. Help Satoko. Help her.
A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. My heart was feeling the same way. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. An innocent girl was becoming a prisoner of a tragic fate. She desperately needed help. I told them that they could trust me. In other words, that they could count on me. That they could bet on me. Betting's not an easy thing. If I lost, they'd lose their coins too. What does it mean to trust someone? It's about making a bet on that person. It's about betting a coin. It's about betting hope. Trusting someone is tantamount to placing your hopes in them. I told Shion yesterday. I told her to trust me. I didn't say it just because. I knew that those words meant something very serious. But now, after betraying Rika-chan and seeing her tears, I finally realized just how serious it is. I look at Shion. She was in a rage again. Mion tried to calm her down, but she didn't have any ideas either. How about Rena? She's always very reliable in a situation like this. I expected to see her strength. However, Rena also looked depressed. We didn't even know if what we did was a meaningful thing. Rena looked down with a devastated expression on her face, since she couldn't come up with another option either. Damn it. I have to do something for them. Rena's blue fire will melt iron. Mion can be strong when the wind is in our favor. Shion is the same way. They'll move forward strongly when the wind is backing them up, but they grow weak when the wind is blowing against them. Despite the whole situation, Rika-chan still believes in us. She believes that we can do something if we all come together. That's right. We all agreed. We all said to each other that we could make a miracle happen if we all worked together. What am I? If Rena is the blue fire, I'm the red fire. I burn brightly and give strength to everyone. That's right. I'm Keiichi Maibara. I'm the magician of words. I have to motivate everyone. The blue fire won't light up unless the red fire does too. When the fire's lit, there will be wind. Mion and Shion will become stronger too. Thank you. You just made me realize something, Rika-chan. Now the flames inside me are really starting to blaze.
Keiichi.
We can't give up now. We're members of the strongest club ever. Nothing can stop us when we get together. I can't become depressed over something small like this. Rika-chan woke me up. I just realized how serious it is to have people trust in me. Rika-chan knew our personalities well, and she figured out just who she could motivate first. Whoa, I'm really starting to burn up. Hey, Mion, stop being depressed. This is where we're supposed to get angry, man. Everyone looked at me with wide eyes as they turned at my powerful voice. They were both surprised by my sudden shout, and waiting in anticipation at the vigor of my call. More and more clearly, I could see it. This was Keiichi Maibara's role in this club. I don't think we did anything at the Child Consultation Center.
Just like Rena was saying, they're just gonna forward a small note saying that the 5 of us made a visitation. But being treated like that has lit the fires of our anger. You're right. Feels like they gave us the cold shoulder. We were trying to get them to realize how much danger Satoko is in. We have to fight now. We have no time to be sitting all depressed in the park.
But Keiichi-kun, what are we supposed to do next?
Don't tell me that you think we have no more options left. If this was a club activity, you guys would be losing right now. This is fun. I was feeling depressed too, but now I've got a burning passion in my heart. I felt like I was cheering myself up. Why was I being so sad? If I wanted to save Satoko, I had no time to rest. This was like the final seconds of the last round in a boxing match where we were at a disadvantage. If I stand here stupefied, I'll lose by indecision. So the only option is to press the attack. Was I supposed to give up just because I couldn't knock out the opponent with one punch? No. If I couldn't take him out in one, I'd have to throw 2 or 3 punches. I'd have to try until I could finally knock him out.
You're saying that we're going to go there tomorrow?
Close, but not exactly. I have an idea what's on your mind. But it sounds very interesting. It isn't like our club to cry ourselves to sleep. We need to turn this headwind around. Yes, Miona's getting her willpower back too.
That's right. I agree with Keiichi-kun. I'm ashamed that I was so depressed. Let's fight!
But what exactly are you trying to do? Remember, everyone, that man really pissed us off today, but he also told us what our next option is. He never thought that he was giving us a hint. He made a huge mistake. On top of that, the next option is something I'm really good at.
Might be after these tips, I think. We'll see. Just expect that we might be stopping after these tips, is what I will advise you now. Receptionist's note.
No. Date. Year. Subject. About Satoko Hojo-san. Visitor. Keiichi Maebara and 4 other friends. They're requesting protection for Satoko Hojo-san to save her from being abused by her uncle. Already being dealt with? I'm cleaning out the refrigerator, so please remove your personal belongings by this evening.
The bank book frustration. Teppei suspected that Satoko was hiding more money somewhere. But in reality, she had none at all. Teppei had asked her how she survived until now, but she told him that she didn't have to use any money because she was living with her friend. Teppei had made some money off of illegal gambling. While he had some of that money saved up, he had no intention to use it on living expenses. However, there was no way Satoko didn't have the money. Teppei was convinced of that. Teppei's wife, Satoko's aunt, must have taken away the family bank book when Satoko's parents died in the accident. But her aunt also died last year, and Satoshi is gone too. That means Satoko should have hidden the bank book somewhere. However, no matter how much he threatened her, she told him that she didn't know anything about it. He continued to question Satoko, still believing that she was hiding it somewhere. He couldn't beat her, because her teacher in the child consultation center would suspect him. So he wouldn't beat her. Instead, he spoke to her in a loud and violent voice and broke furniture in front of her. Threatening people like that is Teppei's forte. However, Satoko continued to claim that she had no clue about the bank book. She didn't seem to be lying. After destroying the whole living room, leaving Satoko frightened like a scared little animal, Teppei finally believed that Satoko had no idea where the bank book was. In that case, where could it be? Teppei had 2 ideas. One idea was that his wife hid it somewhere in secret. The other idea was that Satoshi took it after his wife's death and hid it somewhere else. Either way, he was certain that it was hidden somewhere in this house. He told Satoko to clean up the mess he had made in the living room and started searching around the house. Teppei was starting to get bored with Satoko. He'd heard that Satoko's parents had a lot of money saved up. but his wife had taken control of that money herself. Since his wife had been quite thrifty, he was sure that she left the bank book somewhere without using it. Once he got his hands on that money, he could move somewhere else entirely. Tepe was still acquainted with a few people from the gambling spot in Gogura. People he used to help are still hanging around that area. They still owe him. They should at least let him crash there. It was great that Satoko takes care of all the chores around the house, but Tepe felt uncomfortable about being watched by both the school and the consultation center. Tepe, all too aware that he's a man of violence, couldn't stand living with Satoko without being violent towards her. The more he suffered, the stronger his urge to beat up Satoko grew. Since Tepe only knew joy through forcing others who resisted to submit, testing to see how violent he could be before the helpless Satoko resisted him was something he was excited to try eventually. Still upset over the visitation by the school teacher, Tepe promised himself that he would destroy Satoko's life before leaving the village. Yep, that is indeed where we are stopping for tonight. But stick around, obviously, for theory crafting and fan art. This chapter is definitely starting to pick up. We can only hope that everybody will fucking beat his ass something spectacular. But for now, let's put up our thinker, and you guys discuss among yourselves about theory stuff while I pull up artwork. Alrighty. Okay. Oh, these are very good images. Let's see. Let's refresh this page real quick. Okay. That's all we got on here. I think, anyway. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we don't have anything else on there. Okay, got this. Go to the art channel on the server now. Okay. Got that. Okay. That. All right. I think that should be everything. Let's go ahead and drag this over here. Okie dokie. So let's go read what you guys have been saying. Bowser, I feel like this needs to be at least said, even if it becomes obvious once you see the arcs are labeled as questions and answer arcs. Simplifying things, each answer arc is a direct response to each question arc. Onikakushi asks the question, are we friends? And Sumihoroboshi answers with, yes, we are friends. What Tanagashi asks is the evil family actually the real killer? Miyakashi answers with, nope, they were just faking it the whole time. Tatarigoroshi asks, is there any hope for us? And Minagoroshi answers with, yes, if we work together, we can do anything. That's at least the vibe this arc is giving so far, IMO. Again, I am simplifying here. There's really multiple questions and multiple answers. Yeah, definitely, though, I feel like you're definitely nailing down a very present vibe, for sure. Let's see. It scrolled me down. Don't do that. Okay, Grifter, you're in the middle of yours at the moment, so I won't cut you off and start reading it early. Gona, the reveal that the disease is real and in its later stages it can cause hallucinations is big. Like, what other events were just the characters hallucinating? Yeah, I'm not really sure how much I can say about that at the moment. I would just say try not to, like, work yourself into too many, like, jumping through too many, like, hoops of imagining things on that. Just yet. If anything, I would more kind of think of it along the lines of, like, you know, Keiichi with the needle thing. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much right now. Gamer Basement, hello Nezmi, just watched your whole DR2 video at work today, absolutely amazing. Thank you! Very much appreciate it. Hope it made the work grind a little bit more tolerable. Let's see. Deathbird. Thinking about it, Keiichi probably attacked Hanyu in question arc 1 with the bat. It probably spooked her. Yeah, the whole thing about, like, you know, oh, she follows people sometimes, and Keiichi talking about the footsteps that he hears in the doorway. That is pretty much, like, guaranteed at this point. Like, you know, not said straight up, but I mean, like, it's all but confirmed. Like, that was Hanyu following him home. Evie Curry, the earnest and empathetic portrayals and discussions of depression and civil incompetence is so stirring. It really is. And that in particular is why, like, as we were wrapping, like, you know, I didn't say anything much about it at the time, I suppose. But, like, knowing that we were getting to, like, wrapping up Umineko last year, and I was thinking about, like, you know, I mean, obviously doing Higurashi was very much on my mind. But, like, in particular, when it kind of, like, got to that point where it's like, okay, well, naturally speaking, it would be like, you know, what we would do next is probably Higurashi for streams once that slot is opened up. Like, thinking about this stuff in particular, you know, like, that in particular, I was like, I think as much as, like, this story can get really hard to stomach sometimes, and obviously it isn't perfect, it has its flaws, you know, whatever, but, like, a lot of this stuff in particular, I was like, I think people need to see stuff like this right now. I think this is important. So, you know. Jetty Real, it's not that it was mislabeled in the thumbnail, it's just that I accidentally mislabeled the title when first posting it. I did change it slightly after we started, but if you haven't refreshed since then, it'll still say the old one. That was a maybe. I fucked that up. but it's, yeah, it was just the title on YouTube, not the thumbnail. Gona, what's the deal with Takano and the Mountain Dogs? I thought they were government agents, but they were willing to kill Teppei just because Takano said so. Is she their boss? Who knows? We don't really know that much about that stuff right this second. Obviously, we saw the van and all that, but like can't really say too much about them right now. We know that they are very willing to protect Rika, though. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just kind of scrolling around a little bit. Just to check where people are in their multi-post threads. Just to make sure nobody's finished theirs. Because I don't want to start too early. Bagel. I'm not sure if anyone else has mentioned it yet, but I noticed that in the previous stream, Rika questions if there was something different about how the Watanagashi and Meikashi chapters turned out. If I recall correctly, both of those arcs had a period of a few weeks between Shmion capturing Keiichi and eventually coming back to finish the job. In that time, he's still living in the village. In all the other chapters where the volcanic gas incident was mentioned, it happened within a few days. This makes me wonder if that incident is guaranteed to happen, whether or not it really was caused by a gas leak. Not sure what could be causing it yet, but I feel like it could be stopped if the right steps are taken. It feels like the miracle could still occur. Definitely things to think about. Yeah. In particular, just thinking about like the ways in which things that seem like they should be in a recurring sequence deviate in some specific instances are definitely an interesting part of the puzzle. But I will refrain from saying too much there. Not because necessarily it's not something that you could notice yourself, or like, you know, or there aren't like, you know, I'm not necessarily saying or like alluding to anything that you wouldn't already be thinking about. I'm just like, I don't want to get ahead of you or get ahead of anyone and be like, well, you should be looking at this, because, you know, I just think that it's more fun to let you guys think about it for yourselves. Let's see, anything else I missed, because most people are still doing their threads at the moment. Teppei needs to die. True. Very true. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Tomitake being like a government agent or military man is so wild. Yeah, I mean, we did definitely have hints towards it before. With the whole, like, idea of, you know, him having, like, a pen name and all that stuff, and then people being like, I wonder why he's really in Hinamisawa, like, other characters kind of questioning that and stuff. So we always kind of knew from toward the beginning that there was probably something up with Tomitake, but now we have a little bit better of a picture. He is, in fact, a military man of a sort. I mean, he wears those dog tags all the time. It feels kind of, you know, feels kind of obvious in retrospect, but... Despite all of my criticisms of Ryukishi's works, I do still respect the guy for trying to talk about systemic violence of children and growing up under that without ever really falling back onto adultist and ageist ideas. Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, too, like, again, like I said, like both of us said, like, while I definitely have my criticisms of his writing and, like, different things in it, ever since, like, he fucking... like mentioned Unit 731 in Watanagashi, like that alone like instilled so much long-standing faith in him for me. I was like, oh, like the fact that you even mentioned that and was like, yeah, that was fucked up and awful. I was like, my goat, let's go. Because yeah, in like 2002, literally, true. Like, it's fucking wild. Like, that is not something you see very often in Japanese media at all. So that alone, like, gives me a lot of good faith for what he does and, like, what he's trying to do. Like, even if I don't necessarily agree with every direction his writing takes or whatever, I remember that and I'm like, okay, I gotta give the guy the benefit of the doubt, you know? Because... also just, like, Ryukishi puts a lot of emphasis on, like, the autonomy of children and, like, you know, children having their voices heard, which is also, like, a thing that I think is really important. Like, Higurashi has many instances of, you know, like, specifically it being stressed by the children characters that, like, the adults should shut up for once and listen to them. And this is portrayed as a good thing. And that is also, like, a thing that, you know, especially at the time, was kind of, like, I would argue to call, like, I would call it a little bit radical. For, like, the environment that he was writing in, and, like, the types of works that were coming out at that time. And I think that's really cool and awesome of him to do. Because there's, like, so much emphasis placed on, like, respecting adults and respecting your elders and, you know, keeping your problems to yourself and, you know, not making it a big deal for everybody to, you know, worry about, especially with family problems and stuff like that. You know, like, the fact that Higurashi just constantly rails against that and is like, don't keep it to yourself, do talk about it, listen to kids, you know, like, all of that stuff is really, really cool to me. Bagel. I don't know how it works in Japan, but I feel like Satoko's case would be expedited if the social worker knew she had a potentially life-threatening condition. Yet it feels like that's a secret. Yeah. Not much I can say about that right now. You're right to be suspicious about it, though. Theory Hanyu is very silly and has bad opinions sometimes. True. Gona. Oh yeah, Rika did say she did a lot for Urie's research and they care about her a lot. Is there something special about Rika's blood or DNA? Maybe she is killed because they need her body to make the cure and Urie refused to kill Rika, so they killed him and framed it as a suicide. That's an interesting theory. No comment on the accuracy of it, but it is an interesting theory. Okay, I think Seditious has you finished yours, so let me go back up for that. A Furu dad theory was confirmed in the tip where Keiichi's dad asks Keiichi about the two kids he saw. If he was referring to Hanyu, how did he see her? No, it was a test to see if Keiichi could, one that he failed. Thus, Rika wrote him off as a solution to her murder loop, since she didn't have that trait about the others that she held. Additionally, Hanyu's existence aids twin theory, the theory that every character has a twin/pair. Thus, Keiichi has a secret twin, and that's why no one slips up when providing his alibi, as evil Ichi is working with woman and Tumitake to kill Rika in an attempt to usurp her role in the curse as the reincarnation of Oyashiro, the only one that they believe has no twin. But as Hanyu exists, the old twin meant twin, they sever that connection, and thus bring about the destruction of Hinamizawa as Oyashiro would lose its twin. Additionally, the twin names for Hinamizawa and Onigafuchi for the same location are actually due to the swamp being its own world, a mirror of the world they normally see. Hanyu is special in that she exists in both mirrors at once, explaining why only Rika, someone who has seen multiple worlds, would see her. The demons of Onigafuchi were also just these mirror versions, and by leaving Hinamizawa or betraying it, damn project, you were tearing apart half of yourself, leading to actions like what Rena did. And so everything is culminating to when Keiichi realizes his dad has no mirror self, and yet exists in Hinamizawa regardless, as he was never real. He was a persona his friends used to prevent Keiichi from losing himself by giving him someone grounded at home to try to keep him whole, and by it including Rika, who hinted to him alone about Hanyu. It was a way to get him to break the cycle and recognize Hanyu, Rika, and Satoko for what they really were, 2.5 dads. This is fucking awesome. This is so cool. You fucking cooked once again. I and unlike Keiichi, are not burning the kitchen down. This is incredible. Thank you, Seditious. I don't know why you come in here every week and spoil what's going to happen in Higurashi. Oh, man. My favorite sitcom, My 2.5 Dads. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Okay. Still waiting on grifters. It's just so important the world knows the truth. That, fair enough, Seditious. Oh, man. Makes me so happy to see Keiichi talking to his parents about what they can do to help his friend. Absolutely. It's really like heartening to see Keiichi kind of like having those points where he seems like he might go down a similar path to what he did before, in terms of like, oh, I can't tell my parents anything because, they'll think I'm crazy, or like I'll get in trouble for thinking about murdering a man, or what, like all that kind of stuff. And then just see like current arc Keiichi, who just like has so much more emotional maturity baked into him, being like, hey, my folks would probably know stuff about this. I reckon I ought to talk to them about it. It's very nice. Oh no, is my net cutting out? I don't know. Everybody else fine? Is everybody else doing okay? I feel like I should be fine. I don't feel like there's anything wrong. Yeah. My internet's working fine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm good at cut like once. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. It happens. Buffered for a few seconds, but we're good. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Grifter's Bones is done. So let me scroll back up to read this one. Where is the first one? There it is. So, we finally know what the hell Tomitake is doing here. Also, I find it very interesting that he's aware of this disease and probably has it since he once again heard Hanyu. I think I'm starting to get a better idea about the circumstance around his death. I'm still under the assumption that Takano killed him, though. I got two ideas of what could have happened. First scenario, assuming Tomitake does have the illness, he goes full Shion/Keiichi mode and attacked Takano after Watanagashi. This would explain why there were signs of a struggle. It doesn't really explain how or why they didn't find signs of who he fought with. That may just be because of older forensics, though. My other idea is that Takano attacked Tomitake first, either because he has the illness or she just thinks that he does, and tries to cure him. In both my scenarios, I presume Takano jabs Tomitake with the needle that has the cure. When Rika got injected, she didn't do the exact same thing, but she very clearly freaks out, not just because she doesn't want to get tortured by Shion. I still think that whatever is in those syringes causes Tomitake to scratch his throat out, so I believe, in either case, Tomitake or Takano attacks first. It ends with Takano killing Tomitake with the syringe. This could maybe connect to what could motivate Takano to potentially kill Rika, but I don't have a clear idea of her line of thinking. Then again, killing someone isn't usually rational, and you don't understand till it's laid out. This all could explain why Irie kills himself. That's my main theory for how Tomitake died, at least. I'm less confident in how this could connect to Rika and Irie, but I think my theory is pretty solid in its basics, at least. Alternative theory, Takano thought it would be fun. Blonde people are fucked up like that. That's true. But yeah, I definitely think that you're on an interesting track with that one. I don't know how much I can really, like, say about the specifics at the moment, but once again, it's just like, I'm glad that you're paying attention to the little details and incorporate them very well into your theories. I think that it's a pretty solid reading of what we've got at the moment. But yeah, pretty cool. Yes, Yandere Totodile. That is what we are doing at the moment. Everybody's speculating about what we have so far. Looking forward to the interview tomorrow, by the way. Again, I must reiterate that if you are one of the people watching these streams that have never seen Higurashi before, you should probably not tune into that, because we will probably talk about spoilers. But it's going to be real fun. I'm always very happy to see Higurashi fan events happening in June. It's very cool. I wish we could finish the series this month, because that would have been really fitting, but unfortunately, c'est la vie, that's not going to happen. Although, I will actually say, I can't remember... Oh, wait, when? What? I told you guys about it before, like, maybe a stream or two ago, I think. There's like a month-long Higurashi fan event being organized by Yandere Totodile and a group of several people, where there will be, like, they did the live action viewing already, and then there's like art prompts and contests and stuff, like various things that are going on this month, and I'm going to be doing one of those things tomorrow, a little interview thing. That'll be live tomorrow, so that'll be fun, I believe. real life Watanagashi, someone will die after it. Hopefully not. What was I gonna say? There was something else I was gonna say. I totally got derailed. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I just like totally blanked for a second. Oh, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. So I think I did say something about it on the server, by the way, but I don't think I actually said it in a stream before this point. But so usually, as you all know, whenever we finish an arc, we usually have a week break to let it digest a little bit and give me some time. But because of how my schedule for the summer is looking, there is going to be a point that I go on a trip, and that trip is going to last like most of an entire week, which means I wouldn't be able to stream that week. And very inconveniently, if I went ahead with our usual schedule, where we take the week break, it would like that trip would literally land like almost right as we're finishing our gate. And I don't want to have to leave you guys off on a 2-week cliffhanger before the final stream. That would suck. So once we finish Minagoroshi, we're full speed ahead. We're like foot still on the gas. There will be no breaks. We are going from now until we finish the main story. Then there will be a break. And then we'll come back with the epilogue stream after that. So this train is just going to keep going. Anyway, scrolling back up for a second. Bagel, I wonder if Tomitake and Takano were killed because they are planning to tell people outside of Hinamizawa about the mysterious illness/pathogen. Perhaps. Maybe. Don't know. Seditious, counterpoint, Satoko is an excellent father, so blonde people can't be fucked up. Maybe. How much bonus content will you be doing? That depends. I'm not entirely 100% sure. We are for sure doing the epilogue, which is Saikoro Shihen, because honestly, to me, I believe that that's just a necessary part of the Higurashi experience. I don't think that Higurashi is complete without Saikoroshi. So that is like a necessary one. Anything beyond that, I'm not like 100% sure. And even if we do like extra things after that, I'm not sure if we would be doing them right away or if they would be things that we just do like here and there or what. I would maybe like to do Beyond Midnight at some point. That one was actually something that was mentioned very briefly last stream because of that opening with like the visuals of the console exclusive arcs. If you remember me saying something about there being an arc with an older Mion, Beyond Midnight is that arc, and it's really good. I like it a lot. But yeah, there is a lot of bonus Higurashi content that is not necessarily worth getting into. At least not on stream. If you want to look up that stuff on your own, then, you know, you do you. Currently reading through that manga. Yes, the manga version is also really good. The manga and console versions are very slightly different from each other, though. I need a list of what I need to prep. I mean, like, right now, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I would definitely look into Beyond Midnight if you want to. And then also possibly look into Hinamizawa Bus Stop, which, if you're not familiar with Hinamizawa Bus Stop, that is actually a visual novel adaptation of a manga adaptation of a stage play script that Ryukishi wrote before Higurashi that is kind of like a prototype Higurashi. But if you haven't finished the series, you should not read it, because it definitely has some full series spoilers in some of its concepts, despite the fact that it is still very different from the actual Higurashi. It is kind of interesting, though, to see, like, what he might have done at one point. Grifter's Bones, less of a theory, but something I thought about was Shion's hashtag relatable behavior. Something about her not trusting her friends, not because she doesn't like them, but because she's so independent. IDK, only relying on yourself because you can't trust anyone else to actually get shit done. She's not exactly just like me for real. No, I really like Shion, and I think that, like, some of her quote-unquote, like, more... like, the more negative aspects of her personality really shine in this arc in particular, because, like, you see that not all of these aspects of her, which could be chalked up as, like, these more harmful things in, say, arcs like Meikashi, for instance, actually manifest consistently in that way. You know, like, they can also manifest in very caring and, like, productive ways. Not that, you know, Shion is incapable of making a mistake, obviously. As we've already seen here, she definitely started going in that direction before she kind of got cooled down. But it's good to see that, like, you know, Shion's predilection towards anger isn't always out of, like, vindictiveness towards other people. It is also in defense of other people that she cares about as well. And I think that's, you know, a very cool sort of, like, direction to see her character heading, especially after she's sort of reintroduced with that new status quo of her having always accepted Satoshi's request to take care of Satoko. I think it's very sweet. Let's see. Scrolling back up to this one, by the way. Gona, my prediction is that the kids will try to convince Oreo to help Satoko, and I can't wait to see how that will go. No comment, but yeah, we've definitely got quite a few big plans coming over the horizon. Keiichi Maibara is no fucking quitter, that's for sure. Don't think... yeah, I don't see much else going on. Oreo would demand the construction of a Walmart in exchange for Satoko's soul. I'm glad that we've kept this bit going, that, like, Oreo is going to be in charge of so many, like, construction projects for things that people don't want. Oreo creating the freeway. Oreo says, sure, I'll help, then just shoots Tepe. If only we lived in that world. If only. She'd be like, I'm fucking old. I'm exchanging my life force for yours. And then she goes up to him and holds out her fingers and performs the Oreo beam on him. Alright, Habaki Gaming with the $2. What do you mean, bit? She's the queen of KFC Bell. Oh, God. Atropos with the $2 audio gentrifier of her own damn town. Literally. Audio beam. Walmart is too good. She's worth like a rundown 7-Eleven. She would try to make it appear very like ostentatious though. She would put like gilded doorknobs on it for no reason. Listen to me. I don't know what a McDonald's does. No, audio also is like the type of the person that would be like I don't know. I I just imagine her. Oh my god, no, actually, true. She'd do all of that's true. Never mind. That's true. Audio singing Mikuru's Miracle in the same outfit. I don't want to think about that. Don't make me think about that. The classic faux rich. Yeah, I mean, you know, I actually, yeah, I think that is very fitting. The audio cycle. I'm so glad that like we've basically turned audio into a meme character at this point. Plot twist, audio threw away the Colonel Sanders doll in Arc 1. Yeah, she didn't need it anymore. She would hate becoming a meme character, and that's why we need to do it. That's why it's correct to do this to her, because she would hate it. If it would piss off Audio Sonozaki, it's the right thing to do. I ask myself this in my daily life all the time. What would piss off Audio Sonozaki the most? Okay. I think we can probably, she was originally planned to be a joke character, right? Yes, she was. She was going to be, like, this weird, elusive, like, cryptid, that, like, hopped around, like, windows and shit, and then, like, Keiichi would be like, is that your fucking grandma? I've never seen her before, and Mion's like, I don't know, maybe? Which would have been really funny, but it definitely wouldn't have been very, you know, useful for the stuff that they were trying to do with her in arcs like Mayakashi and stuff. Which, you know, honestly, like, as painful as that stuff is, I'm glad that we actually got the serious character instead. Because it is, you know, it is more interesting to me. Seditious with the $5. We never saw the Colonel Sanders doll in sprite form, nor Audio at the same time. Now, where have we seen this before? Audio is Colonel Sanders. Well, I mean, you know, Colonel Sanders could just also be her twin. It's... Audio runs Teppei down while he is riding his scooter like Furio Tigre and Ace Attorney. Please? Audio crawling out the window like a spider. Alright. Alright. We've gone on this tangent for long enough. I think it's time to pull up art now. Thank you for the wonderful audio memes, everyone. Okay, let's grab the fan art tab. So, starting off with, this one's actually, was probably intended for, like, last stream, but I forgot about it because it was posted a little bit earlier, and I was sick and tired, and I had bad memory, so I didn't catch it, so I'm bringing it up this time instead. This comes from, Flordos on Blue Sky. Going through this series so slowly to make it last forever. I get the feeling, but this is really cool. I really like this stylistically. The like merging faces is a very pointed visual considering, you know, everything in Meikashi and Watanagashi both. I really like this style too. Like the hair is really cool looking. The sort of like sketchy line work is really nice. I really like the way that you draw faces, in that they're like, I don't know, it's kind of like hard to describe, but it's like your line work is very economical, I think. Like it, you know, it doesn't seem like super overdone or like overstuffed with detail, but like it gets across just enough to be like you can get a lot out of it even with like just that, I guess, if that's like a good way of putting it, if that makes sense. It's a very good style. I like it a lot. Very good work. Next up, we have these few images from Don Ponpon on Blue Sky. Ma, there's a weird anime girl outside.
I can feel someone watching me. Are they coming for me? Am I gonna die?
If you're cold, she's cold. Bring her inside. And then... the edit with there. This is really well edited, by the way. You cropped the hair like really well. Oh my god, this is so funny. I love this. Oh my god. This is really good. They're baby. They're such a baby. Oh man. This is really fun. Excellent work on this, Gona. Hold on, where are we posting this stuff? I need you to see Satodko. It's on the it's right above the window here. It's that hashtag NezumiVA stream. If you put it on either Blue Sky or Tumblr, I will see it in that tag. That's where we put all the stuff. Or, I mean, you do also had me added on Discord, Totodile, so you could just send it to me directly, and I could just pull it up there, too, if that's easier. Also on Blue Sky, from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts. Or the Discord art channel, but yeah. For tonight's stream, I drew one of the most devastating scenes in Minagoroshi Hen. Everything was going so well, but in the end, the miracle did not last. Yeah, my heart. This expression is really good. You really conveyed the, like, weight of the emotion really well here. It hurts me so bad to see Rika, like, really going through it. Like, this is... You know, obviously we can assume that Rika has sort of been through these kinds of emotions before to a certain extent, but like actually getting to sort of sit in her POV and witness that happening in real time for the first time it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with, and I think that you definitely like conveyed that really well with this. Man. Puts a hand over my chest, wheezes, coughs. Dies like a little Victorian child. You know, like Rika. But yeah, it's very good work. Moving on over to Tumblr, we have this from Dingo's Trash. Yui Horie to Yui Horie Communication, two of my favorite little guys who happen to share voice actors. Isn't it delightful? And yes, that is true. I can't remember if I mentioned that when Hanyu was introduced or not. I think I might have forgotten to. But yes, Hanyu and Maria from Umineko do share a voice actress. So just imagine that similar voice coming through. They're so cute. They're so cutes. And then the Rosa in the background. I feel like I'm not going to get too into Umineko talk because obviously we have a rule around here about not getting into Umineko talk during Higurashi streams. But I feel like if Rosa tried to commiserate with Rika over this, Rika would be just like glares at her like, "Don't talk to me, old woman. You think we're friends or something? Get out of here." But yeah, this is really adorable, and also just I love the fluffy hair. It's such a good touch with Hanyu always. It adds to the cute factor. Very, very good work as always. Moving on over to this from Zebedizing on Tumblr. Meme of what user Grifter Bones said last week in Theory Time section. I'd really like to make some fan art, but I am still in my finals week. I reread the manga arc, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the differences of adaptation Saturday morning. Talk to your friends. Fuck the cops. Blonde people are just like that. Vaccinate! This is really good. I'm gonna like zoom in on this a little bit. Yeah, you didn't think that you would be getting your own specialized meme edit, did you, Grifters? But I love when people iterate on each other's ideas and jokes. Very fun. Very, very classic meme format as well. There definitely would be somebody in this square, probably Shion, I would imagine, that's doing the like, murder is okay. But very, very good at it. Thank you. Yes, I will be getting to the stuff that was submitted while I was pulling up the other art in a moment. By the way, once we get through going through this stuff, I'll start pulling up the new stuff that was sent to me. So don't worry. Just making sure to scroll to make sure I'm on the right spot of the art channel. Okay, there we go. Anyway, moving on over to the art channel from the Discord. First, we have this from Rahela. A new installment for the troubled Higurashi, this time featuring Hanyu, watching her charges go through the horrors. They might have passed a very pleasant evening, had shit not gotten real. Very, very true. The like absolute like the tiredness in the expression. Oh man. I feel it. I feel it. Also really like the detail and like the hatching on the horns, which is very, very good looking. I quite like that. Very nice detail. We have this put in the Discord by Atropos under great request from many people. Another iteration of the die gif, which we've seen with both Oishi and Irie at this point. Now we have a Tepe variant. I hope that it is also uploaded to Tenor so I can use die Tepe whenever I want to. Because this is a mood that I have very frequently. Absolute masterwork. Was it made in 1500 seconds? Oh, jeez. Wonderful. 10 out of 10. No notes. We have this from Gloomy, at Gloomy Squids. Honestly, she low-key real for going off the shits for being able to see things she is heavily interested in. Me with fish, subliminally telling my partner to take me to an aquarium. Aquarium trips are fun. I like aquarium trips. I would recommend it. It's also good for dates. I would recommend that also. This is very cute. we get to see spinning Moe Takano. By the way, there is like quite I will be putting it in the you know the like whenever we start a new arc when we have the little like thing at the beginning where I have the little recap mashup that shows like clips from the anime of the previous arc. I promise you will be seeing spinning Moe Takano in that recap. So look forward to that. But yeah, this is very fun. I like Hanyu's expression in the background, like, why? Why is this evil woman whom I hate for talking bad about me so cute right now? Very, very funny. Okay. Now, moving on to the extra stuff that was submitted to the Discord chat. We have this from Atropos. Shit-ass sketches. Can't be here for most of this arc, but enjoy these. Tomitake, why he rectangle? Mamoru Akasaka, horse. And then just coincidence? I think not. Oh my god. Very good. And then we have this. Hold on, let me jump to this. Resubmitted by Evie Curry. Funny dog Keiichi. I love him. He's such a good boy. Guy who literally starts jumping up and down when you hold out treats for him. Oh, this is really cute. I really like your style for these a lot. You do a great job with these, Evie. And then moving over to this last thing sent by Totodile on the side. Satoadko. IDK when or why I made this, but blessed she. Oh my god. We need the actually, now that I remember it too, I'll get to that in a second, Dav. If I remember correctly, is there not literally a mod of Super Mario 64 which turns Mario into Hanyu? That's literally a thing, right? Like, Super Hanyu 64 is a real ROM hack. So, all I'm saying is, when's somebody gonna get Satoadko in there? Yes, there is. I think it would be really funny to play this, like, the Super Hanyu 64 ROM hack on a stream at some point. I think we should do that. Maybe sometime after we finish Higurashi, we should do that. That would be funny. Alright, but very, very wonderful, thank you. And then, we will put this up now. This is Dav's submission. Most last minute art ever. I quite like it. Very good, Hanyu. As always, Dav, your art continues to improve, especially your digital art as well. I mean, like, your traditional art is also really good too, but you know, it's very fun to see your, like, coloring and like posing and stuff get better too. And yeah, the little sweat. Very good, Babby. I do have the basketball game downloaded. Please, if you can get me the source for that, please. I would love to play the basketball game sometime on a stream as well. If you could get that to me at some point, I would very much appreciate it. Let's go ahead and look back through everything. Last little fly through. Wonderful. Well, think that's probably all. I don't think we have anything else to go through. I have to go get food that was bought for me and then put in the fridge for me during this stream. Because I want to eat it. Let me find it. It's like impossible to figure out to play since everything is in Japanese and I don't think there's a how to play. It'd be fun to try to figure it out, I suppose. It could go horribly wrong, probably would, but but anyway, yes, I have to go and eat food. Thank you all for another wonderful stream. Thank you for being cool about, the adjustments we've had to make as far as the chat rule stuff goes. I appreciate the cooperation. I'll probably try to find something at some point soon to put in that awkward space where the chat window is. I know obviously the little notifications pop up on there now, but I would like to have just something that fills the space a little bit better for whenever it's not showing up. But obviously this was sort of an impromptu change, so I wasn't able to really prepare anything off the cuff for today. But in any case, I appreciate it either way. Look forward to next week. I'm really excited to get to more of this arc, and also we are gonna have another not Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice stream on Tuesday. Lots of stuff going on. Oh, and the interview tomorrow. If you are somebody who was fully spoiled on Higurashi, you should tune into that. Look up Totodile's social media. I'm sure you will find it there somewhere whenever that is happening. But anywho, I have to go now. So thank you all for watching. I will see you either on Tuesday or Friday. Peace.